Not gonna work now? Oh, that's looking better. Apparently it forgot my audio source. At least this time I spotted it without going on in the intro without having any idea that no one can hear me. All right, time to get started. We got everything here. We got our Pepsi. Vanilla Pepsi. And we have fresh baked cookies that are too hot to pick up. All right. Hey there, Charmer. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the Satisfactory Livestream. For those who are unfamiliar with me, my name is Volcata. And I just realized I forgot to post this stream to the Satisfactory Discord, so well, I have a small audience. That's all right. We're picking up where the last episode left off for anyone who's watching the actual episodes. Because this is not normally something that I live stream because it's designed to be an episodic endeavor series. But I've been away from it for quite some time, and I need to get the next episode started and going. And I felt like doing that with friends is probably the best way to do it. Also, I'm going to spend a fair amount of time running around and trying to figure out what I was doing and where things were, and this seems like a good thing to stream. And I always like having the opportunity to share kind of the process. When we do episodic stuff, content creators do. There's a lot that goes on in the background that people don't get to see, and being able to stream while doing it sometimes is kind of nice to let people in on what's going on. Debating whether or not to leave these things because they're creating a lot of particles, but I like them. So just kind of all those things came together, and I thought, what, let's do it. Let's bring it back for a live stream. We will be working on what's going to be on the next episode, which means there will be times where I'll remove like the camera and stuff like that because I don't need to capture all of this for the stuff that's going to be edited. Because I'm not going to record the actual full live stream and chop it up. Let's see here. Make sure we got some things are set properly before I start. Channels, because the audio was not. It didn't recognize my mic when I came in, as you saw. And that's typically a bad thing. So make sure the channels are correct over in the configuration. 1 and 2 are the recording channels. 3 should be the live streaming. So I had to recreate the camera because it forgot the camera somehow. Guys, you don't. Okay, camera does not need to be on the audio tracks. That's silly. Yes, speakers or the game sounds are on channel 2. Mic is on mic 1, and both of them are on 3. Hopefully, you guys are hearing me talk. That would mean channel 3 is going out to the right place. All right. So where we left off of the last episode was working on the building for producing batteries, and we bring. Not on the foreground, but let me bring up on my other screen the infamous spreadsheet because I am going to need to reference it. For what we're doing. And there's gonna be some other stuff we're gonna work on that will probably not make the episode, like space elevator stuff, and just kind of doing some math and plotting and planning for future what's its and who's its. Uh, but our primary focus today is to get the battery building constructed. It's not a particularly complex build. Like it's fairly straightforward and simple. But the building is going to take some time to build, and I'll talk about that when we get there and why. But it's going to be there's going to be very little on-camera stuff, and there's going to be a lot of off-camera construction stuff. It won't be on camera for us. Also, as soon as I hit the record button, the sky opened up, so it is torrential downpour here right now. It was dry as a bone just before I hit the start button. So standard disclaimer: if I disappear, it's because I lost power. It hasn't happened yet, but you know it can happen. All right, so I think we're gonna try to take a shot at the intro. Maybe we'll probably end up re-recording it after when I start doing editing. Is the building going to look like a giant battery? No, it is not going to look like a giant battery. It's going to be a little postmodern, but it's going to be a very simple building. The foundation of it is already built from a previous episode. And we will be. It was supposed to be. The battery building was supposed to be done last episode, and it didn't make it for a reason. So we'll go over when we get there. I'm going to. Warning! This thing's trying to eat me. Who's trying to? Here. Setting. Thing I need is not enabled. I thought I had taken care of all that before I started. Give me, hate to do this, but the screen's going to go, well, the camera's going to be here, but the screen is going to go blank for a moment. I have to restart the game. Can't be ordered. This is part of the, and I said that we, in the previous stream for Hardspace, that there had been hardware issues. And there's been a lot of me trying to get things back up and running properly. And unfortunately, something slipped through the cracks, but I think we're okay now. Now you get to see just how slow this game loads. It is actually loading. You just can't see it yet. I think this is a good time for a cookie. That's far too soft for me to break off a piece. All right. We're going to take a quick shot at the intro. I think this is episode 52. Easy way to tell is to look at my thumbnails. Yep. There's a number of thumbnails. Camera's off center, isn't it? Camera was also a casualty of the where because of having to dismantle the machine. That looks better. The edge of my tray. So the same. We're going to do the battery factory today, battery building, and I would like to kind of plot out what we need to do for the next step of the space elevator and revisit the area that's actually doing the first step of the space elevator, because we've had that running in the background. If you guys recall, there was the like 1.2 million cable storage. That was all part of that. So that's still running, as far as I'm aware, over there. All right, let's turn off the branding, camera, rarely. Here, while we do actual recording. And see if we can nail the intro in the first shot. I'll probably come back and re-record it after this whole thing's done. But it's good to have something to work off of. All right, recording in 3, 2, 1. Hello and welcome back. Nope. Hello and welcome back to Pixel Perfect episode. It's been a little while. Episode 52, I think it was. We've been away. We've been away for a while. Actually, quite a while. I'm a little shameful, honestly. I apologize. I've been gone even longer than I had realized, and I realized that when I looked at the last save date for this. I thought we'd only been gone away for like 2.5 months. It's been more like 4 or 5. But I do apologize. It was kind of unavoidable. Some things went on in my life. Things kind of got challenging, and I found very little time in order to actually make videos. And when I'd had the time, I didn't have the I didn't have the mental energy. I did stream, continued to stream to try to keep the channel alive and try to let people know that I was still out there. But also because it was rather cathartic. Getting to see you guys live when I was, having some challenges was good for me. I didn't start this channel as a therapy tool. But anytime you're struggling with something or just having challenges in life, being able to hang out with nice people is therapy in itself. So I do want to take a moment to thank everybody who has shown up at the live streams. And I know a lot of people can't make the times that I stream at, and that's fine. But your presence has always been appreciated, and will continue to be so, because of course we are going to continue to live stream as well as we're getting back to making these episodes. But again, hopefully we're going to be back to doing this. We may not be back to the once a week. I'm going to try to at least do 1 episode every 2 weeks, but we'll see how things go, and we'll just go from there. But again, thank you very much for coming back And comments along the time have always been wonderful, and that's, like I said, hanging out with nice people is great for everybody, and the same thing goes for comments. I get comments from you guys if it's a hello, how you doing, or thanks for watching this. That's the fuel for the engine that keeps this bus going. And when you guys leave suggestions or constructive criticisms, that's kind of navigation, keeping the bus on the road and helping design where we go. So always consider stopping by this for a second in the comment section and saying hi or dropping a comment. That's always appreciated. But all that is quite enough. Quite enough. I've probably rambled on for much longer than I realized, and that's just kind of the way it goes. But today we are returning to the battery building that we were building last episode. Honestly, that building was supposed to be completed by the end of last episode. It probably ended kind of abruptly, and I apologize for that. I know that when I was doing the video, I was running out of time in the real world to get it done, and I realized that the structure was going to take longer than it appeared because of complications. I think I mentioned them in the last episode. I'll mention them when I get there. I'm not going to wrap it up in the intro. But I realized that it was going to take longer to build than I really had time to do, and there were just some complications I wanted to spend the time to think about and decide how I was going to go with that building. So we got pushed back to this episode, and that was supposed to be a week later. So I'm going to remember how to get to our train. I think it was. Why don't I have any signs on this? Which tube was it? Eeny, miny, mo. We're going to go to. Oh, this one's not going to the train. Nope. I'm going to get in the right tube. I'm going to go to our train and make sure it's still stocked. And I will meet you guys at the battery facility where we are going to construct this. And I'll see you soon. All right. All right. That wasn't too bad for an intro, for a one shot of the intro. Don't be surprised if you do catch the episode and it's a different intro, because it's not unusual for me to re-record the intro. When I get to editing and I realize, I'm trying to cut down time, and I'm like, man, that intro lasted for 5 minutes because I just kept rambling. Or I realized I didn't say something that important that I wanted to include in the intro. And I'll just re-record it. All right. Check out the train, see how well stocked it is. That's probably a slot for cables. That's guaranteed to be a slot for the heavy modular frames, which is why I took it out of the middle, so I would remember. Let's grab a stack of cables. Why do I have a stack of snowballs on me? What? Temporary dump storage. Every time I'm leaving and I realize I got too much stuff on me that I don't need. All right, stack of cables, stack of heavy modular frames, stack of steel beams, and the rest of them autofill. So that's not a thing to worry about. Cables, unfortunately, are not nearby. Let's see here. Steel beams. That. Not that stack. Heavy modular frames. I don't know which floor those are on. Nope. Nope. One of these days I'm going to move that tube so that stops happening. warehouse is so large that it takes a tube to get across it. Heavy modular frames. Nailed it. I had a parcel stacks. Grab that. And fine on that. Those are for. I don't think I need quartz for anything, do I? Still looking for glass. Should restock my encased industrial beams. And probably get rid of that spare motor. Grab rotors. Trying to, top off these stacks. It's nice. It doesn't take up any more inventory space because it's there's already a spot for that thing. Could probably use more rubber. Did I ever bring rubber back here? I think I did. Oh wow, I'm really low on big tip. That's easy to get. Hop off that stack. I said motors I had extra of, I don't need. Do a quick run across the factory yard. And I think I needed rods. Probably have enough of these on the actual train, but just to be sure. Grab a few stacks of these. Grab another stack, just to be safe. Tree's poking through the wall. I never did go to check it on this side when I placed the tree, Christmas tree during the Xmas event. I still remember where everything's at. That off. And we said we needed a whole another stack of this anyway. Oh, I have none on me, so let's do stacks. Reinforced plate we can grab on the way out. I should have grabbed a stack of modular frames. I didn't. Nothing else is important, like computers I probably don't need. Rubber. So rubber. I fill steel type stack as well. That should be everything we need from over here. Everything else is in the warehouse. Glad there aren't any thorns in those rose bushes we just ran through. Got it. It's shameful that I've never rerun this. You can see how it's floating off the ground. There used to be structures there that those were attached to. You know, you don't spend any time at home after a certain point in this game. You know, I come in and do my intros and outros and pick up the warehouse, but I don't do any building in the area anymore. The pipe. There's. No, it's on the other end. Only steel beams are on this end. Let's check for rubber over here. Rubber. I thought I'd set some to come here. That's good for that. Don't care about the extras of these. They have fireworks on me for some reason. Wanted modular frame. There you are. Oh, and the pipes, steel pipes. Grab another one. The bus lines that it took to bring all that stuff in on the back. 4 wide. Very tightly fit. Flashlight. Got a flashlight, don't we? Wow, that is bright. No overlapping. Pixel perfect. Yeah, I will never build a warehouse this compact again. It was quite a challenge, but I think any future run of it, I'll break the warehouses probably up into segments or something like that. All right, you'd already be set to get the battery location. So if you, you know, need to get a drink or something, now's the time to do it. Well, we came around that corner the way that the angle of the train was, so it looked like we were going to head on with that. Pay no attention to that train that's going through that tree that's going through the train. It's our massive quick wire facility over there. Our power plants. Behind it's all our electronics manufacturing. Over here is a case industrial or industrial case beam. Case industrial beam. I was going to backwards. Facility that we've never used. We built it and then just never needed it. We might in the future. Facility to build though. Our turbo fuel slash rubber slash plastic mega factory. This is where we get all of our rubber and plastic. This is a future build site. And by a build site, I mean that fog down there is where we're going to be building. Not today, but we are building a large facility down there at some point. Off in the distance is our Tower of Power. This is the battery location. Back it up here and record arriving at the facility. Turn off the camera. Boop. Hopefully there are no other trains coming up. I don't think there's any other trains that go specifically to this path, so we didn't risk backing into anything. All right, recording part 2, 3, 2, 1. All right, here we are, arriving back at the battery facility, or future battery facility from last episode. In case you don't remember, because it's been a long time, we came out here to build a battery facility. And we discovered something after kind of having put too much work into this location. That's not really true to say too much work. Having settled on it and designed it and became too stubborn to move it. That's a lot more appropriate. I had really worked pretty hard at sardining these dual stations into this tiny little area. You can see we're like really, it was right here on the corners. And I felt pretty creative about how I managed to get this split and get the trains to go each direction to eliminate the usual dead space we have in the middle. I was very proud of having done that. And of course we came out here because this is where the materials we need for the battery production are. And this just was a good location to kind of central location to bring it all into. Also on the map, it puts us in a decent nexus point for transporting batteries to locations around the map. So this will actually be not only the production facility, but will be where we will store batteries. But anyway, as I mentioned, there was a complication that came about after having gotten to this point. And there is a power pole. Do I not have power? There's a. There we are. A temporary one up here. See in the sky. It means too long. Let's put it out here for now. All right. So, quick recap on the challenge that entered into play after this was all done. And we actually have to wait on something. So let's fast forward here a little bit. Of course, in the episode, I will now be fast forwarding. So I need to not move. And here comes the complication. The big blue moth is flying right through the building. And we can't do anything to influence where he goes. So he's just gonna fly on through. And I spent time thinking about it. Like, do I move the facility? What do I do? And I decided I'm going to incorporate him into the facility. Which means I need to map out the height that he flies at when he's through here, which is kind of what these were. This, I think, is going to tentatively be our floor for some of our buildings or some of our machines. But also, he doesn't fly a straight line. He kind of didos and does a little bit of a S-turn and then zigzags a little bit and then comes back out on this side. And this whole loop takes several minutes. Like, I don't know, 5-10 minutes or whatever. I mean, it looks like he's just right there, but he's going to go off in the distance and he's going to meander around. Eventually, he's going to come all the way back around and come back. And so, just building the facility is not as straightforward as it would have otherwise been. Because I only have a few seconds every, like I said, 10 minutes or so, to map out where his path is. And until I get that right, I can't really build the facility. And that's why I said I kind of ran out of time trying to make the episode last time, because it was going to take, I don't know, hours to do this. And the end result would just be, a relatively small building that was going to be on camera. Because this is not going to be a big fancy building. There's not a whole lot that goes into making batteries. And we had already established, as you can see, a conveyor right there. That's going to something, copper, I think. And we got another one up here. It looks like it's probably concrete. I haven't been here again for a few months, so we have more or less, materials that we're going to need coming here already. And anything else, we'll bring in on train because I believe we used like a aluminum sheeting or something to that effect. So one of the trains will come in with that, and I think the other one will probably be stationed for taking out batteries. And so the supplies are already accounted for. It's just the building, and the building's going to take some time. So I'm just going to do it. And originally I had mapped out how to where I was going to do a time lapse from, because we like to do time lapses here. And it's always a challenge anyway, because you have to get a good angle that's going to be static, because that's the way we do time lapses for this game, because it's a screenshot, a compilation of screenshots. But it was going to be a matter of like restarting it and stopping it and restarting it and restopping it every now and then, whenever he came through. And then at the end, it might not have been a good location at all because of what order do I have to actually build the building in because of the direction he's flying from and adjustments I had to make. So we're not going to do a time lapse for this one. we're just going to start building, and I'll come back when I have more structure, is more finalized, once we kind of know where he's going to be flying, and talk a little bit more about the math and the layout and everything that's going on. So I will I'll catch you guys in just a moment. All right, so here comes the fun part. We get to start building and placing things and using those objects as obstacles that we can watch him as he flies through and figure out, what was he going to run into and what he isn't. Start with getting this foundation placed just to make sure that this is the right height. Not ready for him. Wingtip, 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 wingtip. Actually, that actually worked out pretty quick and pretty well. We'll have to get the other side of him. But that actually, that was less painful than I expected. So that's going to give us an idea of his right side. Oh, I thought they had changed it in the base game to allow us to upgrade. No, that's not the interface I need. I'm going to do it again. All right. I had to disable the mod that I like, the construction preferences mod, because it was causing a bug in the game that was problematic. Caused us to need to exit and reload the game frequently. So unfortunately, we have to do this the hard way. So let's. These don't need to be these poles, but they're larger, so do it anyway. I want to connect them to try to keep us in the air while we're mapping him out. Let's go off screen here, grab our spreadsheet. Let's hope that I made some, usually I make a tab of whatever my upcoming project is. But I don't know that I did for this one because the batteries were not that complicated. I don't think I did. All right, so let's nope. Here we are. I think we're going with this recipe. But yeah, we were bringing in wire. You know, I said during the clip that that over there was probably concrete, but I think now that it is sulfur. Come on, there you go. That looks like sulfur to me. It is sulfur, okay. Oh, he's coming back, he's coming back. I need to fly faster. Sharp turn right there. Oh, and I ran out of road. So that gives us a pretty good outline of where he's going to fly through. And as we figure out what, you know, how many of what building machines we need, we can start mapping around it. But he's taking up a lot more space than I thought he would. Right. Back to the batteries here. We're going to need manufacturers. Right. So we're going to need manufacturers, and we're going to need constructors. I remember there was only going to be two machines we were going to need. Because we're going to need constructors for the wire and manufacturers for final product. Production, manufacturer. Pop one down here. And we're going with the classic battery recipe, not the alternate. Ta-da. Let's see here. Over on the other screen. Sulfur 45 per minute. Heat 2.5 per minute. Plastic 60 per minute. Wire 90. Output 30 per minute. Platform goes right in the first try. Yay. Okay. Are we getting... Is that actually copper over there? Because we have multiple options for copper. Back around. Let's wait on him. While we wait on him. Where are we? Those are iron nodes over there. And copper node. Okay, so looks like we tapped copper. What? Oh. No, I don't want to blow him up. I mean, I do want to blow him up. Oh, here. Let's make sure he's not clipping to the ground. Not. Like, that's basically the route that he's taking out of the building. We can build over here. We need to verify that this is going to be the maximum height that he's going to fly at. So next time he comes through, we'll need to check. I think we got the above the ground height pretty good. Like, I think this is just right for the floor. He hovers just above it, and need to make sure that our roof he doesn't clip through as well. And we'll have to, of course, work on the entrance because he's clipping those walls, but those walls are just there to get me up to where I can make a higher platform. We have a normal node. We're there for copper. Which is a rate of speed that I don't recall because I haven't played this game in forever. Like 240 or something like that. I'm just going to brave it. I'm going to go to the ground. $120. That seems awfully low. That's a Mark II. Did I hear a growl? I thought it'd be a lot more than that. Well, it's 180. Well, okay, so obviously I've done some math ahead of time because I've put a shard in it to bring it up to 180. So we have copper at 180 per minute. Sulfur node is also normal. I'll bet I've overclocked that one a lot. The sulfur is hard to come by. Still got a ways to go. radiation. I don't know what was causing radiation there, but that's a little alarming. Also overclocked at 180. That's way back. Fortunately, running on the belt is much quicker. On, commit. There we go. Ducks underneath. Oh, nope. Wings are clipping pretty bad at this part. We're going to need to figure out where he comes back up, because it's a pretty good run all the way up to that point. And we're going to have variable height machines. So there might be an excuse to have, like a pop-up here. In fact, I would kind of like to do so, because we could have like machines on part of the floor and then have window where you can, observe him swooping up. We need to figure out where his break point is, where he comes through the floor. And what we'll do is next time he comes through is we'll leave the floor here, and we'll just hover here and wait until we see where his wings pop out. We will, however, get visibility on where he's at, so let's go with... That way we can see where he's at and be ready. Wall here. Where we went to? Okay. Most of this floor is going to go away or be replaced by something appropriate for the shop floor. It's all placeholder right now where we're mapping him out. All right, and back to math. We know we're going with copper wire. About halfway here. I know that the spreadsheet isn't on the screen. Bear with me. So at oops, ingots, not raw copper. So we're gonna need another building. They're gonna need smelters. I think they're 1 for 1. Yes, they are. Oh, no, no, no. It's fine. Oh. I didn't see him poke through. Huh. Don't tell me he changes. There's no way it changes between. You know, what could change is where he is in his animation. Like, the path doesn't change. But he has the sweeping of his wings. It could be that he's on downbeat for a long enough time to miss the floor at some point. Completely caught me off guard. I was doing spreadsheet stuff. So we are going to need 6 smelters and 12 constructors for the input rate that we have. Assuming that, I mean, I know I did the math for, last episode. I don't know why, if I put, well, I don't know where I put it if I put it on here. But those numbers didn't come out of thin air. If I went out of my way to put one overclock in each one of those machines, then that was exactly what I needed. And that does make sense here, right? Because 90 wire per minute, we're producing 180, so that we do two machines. But then the sulfur, we're producing 180 per minute on sulfur. This one requires 90 with two machines. Huh. Two machines are going to require 105 aluminum sheeting, which might be our limiter. Our spreadsheet says we only have 60 aluminum sheeting available. But we have 500 aluminum casings left, and when we designed the Illuminati, which is our Illuminati, which is our aluminum facility, we made it so that we could shift between aluminum sheeting and casing. Although, interestingly, I'm looking at the spreadsheet and we are in the deep red on copper wire. Makes me wonder, did I pre-enter these? I did. And according to my notes, I expected to do 4 machines. I had 4 machines entered. So the remaining aluminum sheeting is already subtracting the 210 aluminum sheet. Which means we need 360 wire, 180 sulfur, so that it's all starting to come together now. I probably didn't have enough overclocks on me. And a yellow is worth 2 overclocks. That's why this is in my inventory. Which is exactly what I would need, I think, to... Oh, he clipped right there. Okay, so that might not be as bad as I thought. So the 180 sulfur lines up. That would be 4 of these machines. So if we double up everything, we need a... crafting bench. Our little guy, cram you into a tube there. Go ahead and install those and run power. Boop, boop. Our 300 is not enough. We need 360. It's okay. It's okay because we have iron everywhere and we can do iron wire. In fact, now I question whether or not I just intended to do that without overclocking this, but I'm going to leave this as is. We're counting it. We'll come up with the rest from the iron wire. Where's your sphere? Good for now. All right, power. Oh, whoa, whoa, wait. Not running yet. That's actually going to fire it up. All right, so we are going to be 60 iron or copper shy. That's a 2-for-1, right? So 120 wire shy. So we get 2. Oh, don't autosave while we're not right now. We got the guy coming in. Well, I guess they haven't done anything to speed up the saving. We gotta figure out where this guy was poking through. He definitely was poking through before. Yeah, see, like, last time he came through, he poked through right in here. He didn't poke through at all that time, so it's his animation is not synced with his pathing. That means he can rock at some point and get higher, and other times he comes through, he isn't. So we're not crazy. It's just going to add more complications to this. We'll just get back to the math here. All right, so we're going to need 360. Wire. Like I just was wrong on something here. Let's see. Oh, I'm a dum-dum. I didn't need to overclock that. It's 2-for-1. So the 180 copper ore that was getting produced is getting turned into 180 ingots. The 180 ingots get turned into 360 wire. I didn't need to sardine that poor slug into a overclock. It was already correct. So you gotta trust yourself. Trust decisions that you've made in the past. All right. So, 12 constructors, 6 smelters, 4 manufacturers. We have our numbers. Let's just grab this out of the path of his flight. Some reference machines that we can click on real quick to copy and paste. We can't lower this down any farther because of at some point these empty platforms will be replaced with loading platforms. Otherwise, we would just we would lower the back part of this down and just have the train just barely clear under it, which would be pretty cool. But not going to work out. So it will be these. They'll be in there. At some point, it wouldn't clear anymore. So this has to be our minimum height, which is fine because this is perfect for his flying location. Initially, I kind of wanted to dip it down so that he would fly over some of the machines. So I'll settle for him flying between machines. You gonna reach? Oh yeah, big time there. That. He didn't breach last time. Definitely dependent on where he is in his animation. But he's also not breaching until real late. Which is good for us, because that means we can have more even flooring. So we'll use that for his next pass. Now I said 6 smelters. And I do want the machines operating around him. I want him flying through the machines, not just having an observation floor. And given, his height, we might even be able to get away with running some belts that just go along the floor that he flies over, because they're lower to the ground. I could do something like that. No, we only need 6 of them, but we're going to push the boundaries of where his wings actually are during his flight path. And how will they clip with the model or not clip with the model? That's enough room for all 6 of those. And that's the side that the copper is coming from, so we could pop it up and bring it along. Oh, because he goes up. That might work. So right this. Come on, come on. Let's see if he clears that. Because I think he pops up just a little bit. And if we can get him to go over that belt, then we're golden. In case we can't. Oh, that's not what I want. We'll try a lower boring here. And what we'll do is we'll have a lift come up. It'd be nice if we have the lifts on here on the wheel. Oh, abort, abort. Oh yeah, he really, ooh, he clears that by a lot. We need to check those machines. But, excellent. We can have our conveyor coming in here, clear him nice. And this is the belt. Put it here for now. So that can bring in our copper. We'll need to just draw out some here to see how his flight is affected, you know, for potential output belts. We'll delete these after we see him fly through. Because we're going to need to carry those ingots, and if we can carry them under him and potentially over here, in some manner, I don't want it too close to the edge because otherwise we'd have to, I mean, we can extend it out, but we don't, right now I'm kind of going for the box shape. And then we can do decorations outside it. Cutting it pretty close. I wanted at least a full block from the back. We'll see if that's going to clear. Like, we know all of that's good. It's whether or not these, because I want them as far forward as I can get them. I think he'll hit that. Where is he? He's over there. All right, I'm gonna get it up. I'm going to let's go to record a little clip here. A little update clip. Oh, don't go back to that window. Stop that. Hide the camera and the brand. All right, start recording in 3, 2, 1. I have it recording. Come on, buddy. All right, here he comes again. He's gone through multiple times through here. As you can see, we've kind of tried to map out like a little runway for him here. And we're trying to test, if he's going to clear these machines. He's going to go over that. That's nice. And then, so another thing we've noticed is that his animation for what his wings rise and fall aren't directly tied to his path. So he goes through in the same place every time. Sometimes his wingtips go up and go through this floor, and sometimes they don't. So that's what we're kind of working on, is this multi-layer test for where does he pop up enough to go through the floor. As you saw, after he took that little S turn there, he started to rise again. So this part of the building here is in more danger of him clipping than, say, the back part of it. But you can see we have some test cases out here. These are the smelters we're going to need for the building. We're going to end up only needing 6 of these. And so we have kind of as far over as we know are going to be safe. And then these are kind of the danger zone ones. And we need to watch him come through 2 or 3 times to see if there's a situation where he comes through and he accidentally clips on him. Because again, his animation is in different states as he passes through. So that's what this is about. We have covered that our input line here will stay underneath him. So that's great. That incorporates him into the design of the building. He's actually flying through the functional part of the building. It's not just a viewing cage. And that's what I want. I want it to look like he's dodging the machinery, dodging the factory. The factory didn't get out of his way. But he's, determined to still come through here, but he doesn't want to run this stuff. So, maybe this is his little barnstorming thing. Maybe he gets excitement out of this. Who knows? But I want this to wrap around his path, not because it looks like it's wrapping around his path, but because he looks like he's taking advantage of his opening and flying through, maybe is a fun thing for him. So it needs to be where he won't run into anything. And that's kind of what we're doing, but keeping it as close as we can. So this will be our input line for our copper, which is coming down that line. Earlier I said that I thought this was concrete coming in here. It is not. It is sulfur, which is what we're going to need for the batteries. So if we look at the battery recipe that we're using, it will be this one right here. It's the sulfur that we have behind us, and all of that copper wire that we're going to be making from the copper off to the left of us. And then we will be importing the aluminum sheeting and the plastic. But once we have this more constructed, we'll go over the math of machines and the numbers and whatnot behind it. But I just wanted to bring you in and show you some of the progress. We've been at this for quite some time now. Oh, I don't know. I'd say we've probably been sitting here for about an hour watching this guy go through and like dropping these poles to just like flying with him and dropping poles on the end of his wingtips to kind of map out where he's at. And then of course, on subsequent passes, raising the ceiling and whatnot to figure out how high up he's going to go. We know our floor is good. It's a matter of the ceiling and where the machines are going to be in respect to him. We want to put as many machines as we can on this floor because I want them to be working around him. But I'm not ruling out putting stuff on the floor above, like probably the manufacturers. We're going to take 4 of them. Probably the 4 manufacturers will be up here, and maybe we can lower this part a little bit and have windows to the side so that we can stand and you know, see him popping up. It depends on how sharp his ascent is. It's something we're just gonna have to keep trying to test, and we'll get it right. But I'm gonna get back to it, and I'll give you guys another update when substantial progress. All right. All right. All right. All right. So we were caught a little bit out of position there. Or, I mean, kind of needed to beat it because I had to talk about on camera what was going on. I need to be. Oh, there he is right now. I need to be in position to see how close he gets to these machines. Whoa, that was a. I mean, that was kind of a nudge, but that's okay. I'd say that's going to green light anything past it. And so we're going to need 12 of these. Let's just see how that looks. That would be half of them right there. I'm pretty sure that the manufacturer is going to be on the floor above. We're just going to go ahead and say that. And that way, I mean, because there's no way we're going to fit all 12 of those down here and all 4 of those. So let's not kill ourselves trying. And wonder if... Remember how I did this? It'll be a first pass. I don't think this is going to be right. Oh, that's... I think that's spot on. We're branching out from our usual design here. Not everything being squared off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Number 6 over here. I'm going to... Okay. I'm going to plop one out here so that we have something to realign to if we need to. Ooh. I don't this is going to be interesting. Aligning the splitters. Gonna be a little awkward. Also, probably gonna have a bad time with this. So we're probably gonna have to bring the floor back in. I can't turn these diagonal. I might have been a little premature there on the removal. Okay, so his wings are way high on that run. Clip that for I saw it. I saw that. Put that right there, but barely. So I think this next floor up was going to be enough. So, before we were looking top down, it looked like he was nudging that, but in that run, his wings were so high that even though he was lining up with the corner of it, he was way over it. So it might be that he's still high enough when he's coming in here because he's still flying along, dipping, flying through, and then as he turns, he starts to reascend. So it might just be that he's high enough at this point over here that even though he overlaps laterally, he doesn't overlap horizontally. So that we might get away with that. All right, let's redo this. I'm glad I made. See, we're always careful. There's always that safety net we build, which is the key piece, the cornerstone here, over here. In case we have to redo something. And whenever we pull some shenanigans, we need to be able to make sure we can pull them again the same way. This is going to be a little bit tight, and it may not work. Almost certainly not going to work. Yeah, there's no way that belt makes that turn. Are we solved for this? We could shuffle all the machines over half a block. Although that turn looks good. Sorry, every time the screen jumps like that, it's because I put my hand back on the mouse and it's super sensitive and I hit it and it pew! I think I got a solution. Oh, first one. That's gonna out of the way. It's middle. Please build. Thank you. These are not keyed off the same locations, but that's gonna be the distance. Is that right? Yeah, that's the same distance. Okay. somewhere. That's on the... think that's gonna be... not gonna look right. See, we can bring the supply, split it. Oh, hey, buddy, watch it. Okay, his wings are high enough for this, so this one's clear as well. Okay, that we gotta get some bit of data every time he comes through. I don't think that's right. That looks pretty good. We can get lines that are parallel. Do something like that. That's less awkward, right? It's unusual. It would just replace the floor with regular flooring. Not that one. Get this. I think it's workable. I mean, we could always install one of those micro moving mods, but the whole point to this series is that these are things that can be done in vanilla. I'm just gonna leave the floor the way it is for now. Clean it up when we know this is our proposed final design. And we need 6 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You guys can go. Ingots. Copy. I forgot I have a... there it is. I have a custom profile set up on my mouse for Satisfactory. So I press mouse buttons and do copy and pasting. So convenient. And we are going to be making wire. Boop, 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 Right, whooped enough. All right. We're gonna have mergers here. I realize that that pole is supposed to be marking off where his wings are, but I think we're clear on that already. Oh yeah, he easily clears everything. Oh yeah, like he really went through that floor piece right there. We cut out. It almost makes me want to bring the floor up a little bit, make it a little closer, but we're good. We're here. We're 30 per minute. We always want to stay just above the belt limits. That's 60 on that belt. Capacity. These would be 60, so I want to go up by 1. 90. 60, 90. '90's coming out of this one. Belt. That's 120, which would be belt 2, so we're going to mark 3. It's 120. Setting back to 30 per minute. And then it's 180 on the final belt, which is a Mark 2, Mark 3, because the Mark 2 is 120. Middle of that. Probably. Right there to make a good turn? No. Or a little bit more. That looks good. We're splitting the 180 in half, so it's 90 per belt. That's only going to be a Mark 2. He's reading up, what, 15 per minute? 15. So 90 minus 15 is 75. 60. The rest of this belt's going to be that belt. We got 90 coming in. That belt's going to be carrying 75. Another 15 off of there. Just really bring it down to 60 going across this belt at Mark 2. That's shaving off. It's going to bring it back to 45, so we can do a Mark 1. Right, so I said 90 coming in, minus 15, that will be 75 on that belt. 60 on this belt. All right. Where's our little blue buddies coming in? All right. Got another check on his minimum, because we know his wings could be on the downbeat. Actually, what we need to do is exactly where he's coming in. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a huge hole we have to make. Whoa, yeah, we're counting it. That's fine. We're gonna need to map out like exactly where his entrance is. And we map this here as wingspan. Man, he's got such a wingspan. Is that really the hole that we have to put? These are the holes. I mean, he's probably coming in around here. We're going to do a little extra because that way we can see him physically clip it and we can delete the wall. We'll come back to it. Oh, that's all these machines. Outputs. And you can sort of see why, I said that this is not really a big build. There's nothing complex about this building. I mean, if we look at this from the aspect of it being just a regular manufacturing building like any other given building that we're throwing together, 6 machines, 12 machines, 4 more on top, and it's done. This is really a small building from what is required to make an entire product. I mean, it's not completely fair, right? Because we're importing some materials, but for the assembly of the final product, really not demanding. That's why I said it's kind of hard to make a whole episode out of boop, boop, boop. There's the building. And yet, because of how long it's actually taking to physically build it because of the complications of the blue moth and how that's causing us to change from a standard design template. It's taking considerably longer than it would take to put on camera. Okay. I don't know if... Okay, so this last machine was kind of at the edge of the building's dimensions. You realize that? The output is going to be out of bounds. We might have to extend the building. But we can't push these any further over. This is it. This is as close as we can get it. Like, if we moved all those down one machine width, we definitely would be colliding with the moth. And this machine technically is within the bounding box. It's the output that isn't. We could... We can reverse some of it to come out this way and does not put a merger there. That would save us a little bit of space. If we did like that. All right, where are you going to clip? Oh, he's not. That was perfect entry on that side. Next time we got to watch this side. That's our target. We're good. That's a keeper. I'm glad I put that one extra set of walls on there because I thought he was going to be further over. Like, you know what? Let's just force him to clip through. I think we're clear on this floor up to roughly this point. I think we... something like that. And then we can... I mean, we have an entire floor to do whatever we want to with this. So we can... The next challenge is going to be getting all the materials to this floor, because another challenge that I haven't gone over is that our stations are so close to each other that we can't readily export on the interior too easily. So, or import. Without running into each other, so we'll have to see how that's gonna... and if we go outwards, we have track running next to them. We have to be a little bit careful about our dimensions. We can actually bring the floor out one more. So let's say we're bringing our aluminum in from here. We're gonna draw that from. We can draw on it. That shouldn't interfere with the train. And that train's going to go down the wrong track. Doesn't help us. Well, I think that the inputs would come on this side because the bird is interfering with that side. And I don't... Like, this would be the earliest platform. I don't think I want to import here, come straight up, because this is likely to run into him. Probably it's going to be on the other side. We're going to be okay, though. Wait a minute. Yeah, okay. Why you know let me fly? This is electrified. Get off, put it back on. There you go. That'll clear all right. But pass-throughs. Also, where we put these is going to be determined on where the car is on the pickup. Back at like the aluminum station, for example. No, 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 I'm not ready yet. I'm hearing rumbling. Coming back. Ah, I missed him. Oh well. Not as important to catch him now. We've at this point it's a matter of just tweaking, like probably the entrance and the exit. But we need to figure out where our supplies are going to be coming from. So let's we're going to leave this here. I need to be off the station so that we can replace the parts. I also need it to be out of the way so that we can use the other train to come and go. Why is that a red? Not letting me fly again. Passing signal. Should have reserved. Oh, he's not going to reserve because the AI isn't controlling it, it's me. That line shouldn't be reserved by anybody. Well, let's see what happens when we try to drive this guy through. You know what? Let's just drive him manually. So, like, we couldn't do a U-turn right there. Visually, it looks like we could have. Back up. This is not an intersection. Those two tracks do not connect. They run through each other. You can see there's no left-right arrow. They're not actually connected to each other. But I could not turn left going through here. It took some playing with spaces to get that all lined up just right. I was very pleased with it, which is ultimately why I wasn't willing to give up this location. I was so proud of how it all came out. That one, by the time I already had it built, and I noticed that the blue guy was coming through, that I was like, nope, we'll figure out a way of working around him because I'm not giving up this spot. So we're going to the Illuminati facility to figure out which train car picks up the aluminum. The thing is, I think it's two train cars, and the aluminum sheeting and casing are merged into the same tube. So we might have to do something tricksy to get only what we need. Like, we can tell it to only pick up aluminum sheeting. But we might have to do... there are 2 lines here. Did I not delete the original? Maybe 1 line coming in. There is. You see, there's only 1 track. I never cleaned up. This is all temporary stuff. This doesn't belong here. But I think we're gonna... park here. This is convenient. This way I don't interfere with the all the lines. Hey, we're being chased. For anyone who didn't see it before, this is the Illuminati. This is my favorite, kind of disappointing. This is my favorite build in the entire factory. And the reason it's disappointing is because it got almost no views. Like, I was more proud of this build than anything we've done. Even of the power tower. Power. Which was one phenomenal accomplishment. But this facility I felt like it was my crowning achievement. And it was like a 3 or 4 part series to get built, and got lots of views, and all the first parts coming up to the final part, and then the final building was done, and then almost like no one came back to see it. Well, I was really disappointed. But I'm just so pleased with it. Like, it's a living place, right? You have where the employees come in and drive, and there's a guard shack. And, employee parking. Like, there's even handicap parking here. This is probably the VIP parking because it's right up front, and then general parking for standard employees. All the colored, and look, even got some people who don't know how to park. That's intentional. We got our waste disposal area over here. Industrial places always have a waste disposal, and there's recycling trash and regular trash, and all the buildings have their own little graphic theme to them, and unique design, and there's a water tower and everything. Even got smokestacks coming out of them. Directional arrows for the driving. Someone's in the middle of driving there. We have parking for the super industrial on-site trucks that do loading and unloading. So there's one in process right here, loading and unloading. Loading docks back there. I was so pleased with this. Alright, the reason we're here is to... I don't know which train this is, because there's multiple trains that come in, it doesn't matter. And then all the stuff are hidden in the back that is unsightly. So this guy is dropping off the silica, it looks like. He is. Or he would be if it wasn't full. It's not full. Why did you not drop that off? And why is this silica car painted blue? Oh, that's not the silica. Oh, right, I clicked on the station, not the car. Okay. Golden limestone in the same. He's waiting for that to leave. Did I really bring coal and limestone in the same car? Facility's working, so presumably yes. Oh great, autosave right at the moment that I'm trying to inspect something. I do think it was right because if I remember correctly, we didn't have enough coal on site, and so we had to import it. Yeah, yeah. See, right here's a splitter, a smart splitter. Limestone and coal. So that's correct. And then there's an overflow here in case somehow it gets backed up. It can overflow. And the same goes for the coal. That way, if this ever gets out of balance, it can never cause the entire facility to stop working. Have a load balancer. All right. Looks like all the product are going into the last car, the 5th car. You can see it's mostly casing. Which I think batteries are the only thing we're going to use for sheeting, or use sheeting for. So that's, most things in the game require casing. So this. Because there's all kinds of machines in there too. I had to cram all that stuff in there. This was not easy to do. This really was a challenge. It's got the shiny surface to it and everything. Big old water tower. Which we totally went out of our way, right? We could have just imported the water just as is. We're taking it from that pond right there, but it was voted upon to do a complex bottling loop. You can see there's the empty bottles coming back out. This was a lot of fun to build. I was really pleased with this. Entirely a gimmick. It's completely unnecessary. But it does accomplish one thing that's important, which is there are no pumps. No pumps whatsoever. Because we're bringing it up on belts and then turning it into a fluid at a high point, which then runs through the entire facility. So that's pretty awesome. All right, I was hoping that if I talked long enough, a train would come along and I could just ride it back down to our other train. Because there's at least 3 trains that come through here. Yes, silicate bauxite, aluminum, water, aluminum. Well, it's just aluminum for the thing it's coming from, but it's water, coal, lime, and there's a bauxite and water. So you can see we're bringing water in from 2 locations, or 2 trains, and I think bauxite from 2 trains. Yeah, bauxite's from 2 trains. Thought we had a second train bringing in silica as well. So there's 4 trains then, because there's going to be one that's actually picking up the final product that goes all the way home. There it is, Aluminum Express. That's silica and bauxite, so that one should stop over there. Drop off its silica. Love this facility so much. no going that way. It's got employee walk areas around the trees. You can enjoy the nature. Yeah, this was an awesome build. All right, so station number 5 is where we're going to have to pick up the aluminum. That's what we needed to know when we came here. Now, as far as plastic, we're going to have to make some decisions on, because we can pick up plastic from home. We are delivering plastic to our warehouse. But that's literally the other side of the map, while our plastic manufacturing is just right around the corner. The complication there is that, well, first of all, there's no way for a train to approach from this side. And obviously, we can fix that. The other problem is that we have a math set up where we're using a lot of that plastic at a different location. And we're probably better off we're going to turn around at. We're probably better off picking it from that location, you know, the overflow. Then again, if we have enough plastic being made, and we just pick up one car worth, and if that car worth is more than we need at this new facility, car just eventually will not empty out totally, which means it'll stop taking too much from that location. Probably can get away with taking the plastic from our just directly from the manufacturing facility. That means we need to create a new track to allow approaching and leaving that facility from the opposite side. Whoa! Train! Whoops. Talking, thinking, not looking at what's going on. Didn't know a train snuck in there. Whoops. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Why were you parked out here anyway? That means 2 trains were snuck in, because another one had to have been blocking this path. All right, no one saw that. You know, this is a generic train locomotive. It's not been renamed or anything. It's literally just a quick putting around thing that I left behind. I could have dismantled it and then reassembled it on the other side of the track and never had to do the loop. That's the whole point to it being a generic quick getting around train. We don't have to drag our main home train around. That being said, we probably should take our home train to the other facility, because if we're going to be laying new track, we're going to want to have the supplies that it's carrying with it, just in case we don't have enough on hand. You know, if I had just clicked the button that I did just now, which was sending it back to where it came from, we would never had that wreck. It would have drove itself. And that building was an incredible build. My pride in the Illuminati does not take anything away from how awesome an accomplishment that tower was. Tower was like 100 hours. Something crazy. Of course, now that they've added blueprinting to the game, we could build that entire thing in a fraction of the time. Alright, switching trains. Check our... Oh, not that button. Plastic we need, right? Yes. Alright, so first of all, we know where we leave. Train car number 5 is where our aluminum comes up. I'm going to drive this manually because there is no way to approach the facility that we're trying to go to on this side. That's the reason why we're doing this. In fact, we need to record a bit here. Part 4. We're going to the approach to the plastic manufacturing. And 3, 2, 1. All right, so you can see we've kind of left the facility behind that we were building, the battery place. And the reason is because we have, oh, a big old hole there. Squirrel! The reason is because we've kind of gotten to a point in the design process where we need to define our inputs. And one of the things that we're going to need is plastic. And, you know, I was thinking about it. We have plastic in multiple locations. We have it, of course, right here where we're manufacturing it at the turbo fuel facility, but we also have it largely at the electronics hub, where basically is where we use all our plastic. And of course we do send the overflow to the warehouse back at home. And I was considering, you know, where do we want to pick up that plastic from? Now, I don't want to pick it up from here directly, and the reason for that is because, you know, primarily we need all of this going to the electronics hub. Pick the map here. We are over here somewhere. Right here we are. So we are, traditionally, we're picking up plastic and rubber here and carting it all the way up the map and around, and we're dropping it off here at the electronics hub. And then a little bit of the overflow is heading over to home. And so this is where we house basically all of our plastic. And I'd kind of like to pick it up from there, but that's a very congested area. And as you can see, it's really far away. Our new facility is over here. So we can have a train that goes from here all the way up to here or over to home to pick up plastic, or we can have it just bounce over here and pick this up. Now, granted, we need plastic here to be priority to the electronics hub, but honestly, that's not going to be too much of an issue because, you know, if we are delivering plastic too fast to this location, then the train will just end up full and we won't put an overflow. And as long as we don't put an overflow, then that excess stuff will just stay on the train, and therefore it'll stop taking anything more than is needed from this location, and it will auto balance itself. So we're going to go ahead and add, for the first time, a second train to this facility. Now the caveat here is that, as you can see from where we're sitting, and the train that's coming, which is our oil and plastic and all that train, there is no way to approach the facility from here. See, those are all one-way split-offs. That train's going to dip down, it's going to go through the facility, and it's going to do a single line back up and go back home. That means we need to manufacture a approach to merge with that line somewhere on this track. Now we could potentially, I don't know, wrap it around so that it comes out and you know, like comes around, but I don't think it's a good idea. Probably we split off of these and then just go straight and hook it onto there. I think it's probably going to be the most direct approach. It's a little bit of a pain to get that angle, but you know what, we've got that angle here anyway. So I think that's what we're going to do, as long as we don't run into that oil production here. So we're away from home for now, and we're going to lay some new track, and that way we can set up a delivery train for the plastic. I just want to give you guys a little idea of what else we're having to do, not only just building that building, but what we're having to do to get supplies over to here. So I'm going to get that done real quick, and I'll show you the final product, see how it came out. All right. So let's make sure we have lots of concrete on us. We have no concrete. How is that even possible? Okay, there we go. Not very much. Already glad that we brought this train. Let's grab concrete for the asphalt. And track takes, I think, these two products. Steel pipe and steel beam. They do. We stocked a little bit of before we came. Did we forget? Oh, we forgot to put the stuff away. I thought I could have swore I grabbed two sets of cables, one for holding and one for in here. I don't know, there's no way we used a whole spool of cable already. Maybe we did. Okay, well, that's fine. Yeah, I forgot to put anything away. That's, I mean, train tracks are cheap, relatively speaking. Let's get down here and gonna have to cross this track. That's not a big deal. We can set up signals. Oh, that's gonna be close. Close. We're good though. Oh, we something like that. I don't think I'm gonna bother laying the track yet until, well, might as well right here. We're gonna have to figure out how those are actually gonna merge. That's where the challenge is going to be. And this is the coming out, which is gonna have to merge on the far side, which is good because that can go under. That way it doesn't crisscross this. Let's boop, boop. Oh, that's not centered. I mean, it's centered, but it's centered on the 2, not the 1. Oh, that's not good. Good. I don't like it. Don't like it. Technically, I mean, the rail doesn't hit just the little metal part on the outside. I don't think the train will collide with it. I mean, come on, drain the well. Drain the oil. Ability's running. Ability backed up. I love this tunnel. It was better before we had headlights on the train, but it's still fun. Stop it before it docks. It is full. How much are you carrying weight? Oh my goodness. Oh no, it's the platform. Not targeting the... yeah, we're really... Something's running slow somewhere. I'll have to go through the spreadsheet and see what kind of volume should be getting consumed, but that feels like more of that should be getting eaten up. But maybe not. I mean, we know, obviously I've done the math already, that we're going to have enough to work at this new place, so I guess the plastic at least should be backing up. Actually, I don't want this, because this one's going to require signal. Both of them are going to require signals. I should not have that. Too far out. Draining yet? How is this not draining? Does the fact that I don't have it turned on mean that the oil is not pumping and therefore all this oil is not getting up to where it's supposed to go? Or it's back sloshing? Too lazy to go on the menu. We're gonna go as far as we have to. There we go. Copy it instead. Boop, boop, boop. Now, where were you plugged in at? Must have been there. Don't want there because we will now have a train going across this. I'm guessing that's going to paint it red. It is. All right. Not colliding now. That works. I thought I had that painted gray, but that one doesn't look like it's painted. Or we might be far enough away from it, this is not drawing the paint. I'm gonna be consistent. Oh. All right. Actually, gonna be out here anyway. So that is gonna have to find its way up here. We need to figure out where the turning point's going to be. Boop. To get it to come straight. Along that line. Probably want it to end right there. Normally we do a 3x3 for a 90-degree turn. This is going to be a 45-degree turn. So if we were centered on this like we normally do, it would be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We would have that, which would turn right there. That's perfect. I mean, it's not lined up for this, but that's exactly what we need. So we need to offset, like half a block forward, to the right. Meaning forward and to the right. We mark. That's the frame mark. We come to the middle. These are said and done because these don't actually line up to the middle. That's not going to work because it needs to be back about a pixel. This would be 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Makes that corner the halfway. So that's correct. Okay. Okay. Perfect turn. The rest of this is easy. Just ramp. And we have two options when it comes to this one. We bring it up here just like we did that, cross over and create a signal junction. Or we do like we did on that one over there where we pass under it, wrap up, and just have it go straight in. We don't have to have a two-way because the approach on the air side is already covered on that. So we can avoid a T section if we go under. So we're gonna play with that. It's gonna be problematic getting it to go and then line up and then come back. We may not stick with that. But I want to at least entertain it. All right, going over that. Yeah, that's all right. That's perfect. It came right at, because we always want to go one block shy, and then one block over, because that's the best curve we can get. So that stopped exactly where we needed it. All right, so our approach, minus the signals, is done. Our return is going to be more complicated. We can't make this look good. We're not going to do it. I have my doubts. We have to have it turn up a ramp, then S turn back into it. So the S turn is going to be wide. Oh, it's going to be ugly. Oh, and the ramp's going to have to be diagonal. Which is real ugly. I don't think we're going to do it. The challenge aside, it's doing diagonal ramps. The game does not do well. Does not do diagonal ramps well at all. So we'll just intersection and do signals. We'll end up deleting that again, but for now, let's put it there. So this is the approach, right? Yes. No, we know the deal here. So from cross point, it was. We need to be on the half. Go ahead and get rid of this just because it's going to be in the way. That's a little closer. Just something to seed off of. That's the line. That's 1.5. I stopped on the correct corner in the first shot. I think so. That doesn't feel like as tight of a turn. Half a block, full block, diagonal, full block. Half a block. It should. It's half a block, full block, then diagonal block. I guess it's the same. 4x2. So it goes 1.5 block over. That's half. Like 1 full block over. Oh, it's only 1 block over. I guess it is the same, just optical illusion. All right, well, then. It's just that easy. I want 1 block and then down, so we want to start the descent right here. Not our descent, the ramp descent. Oh, wanted to start 1 closer. Perfect. Focus on the curve and then connect. Okay, now all we need is a little bit of signal blocking. How do we want to go about this? Do we want to... I think signal or blocking signal. First thing we want to do is segment this. Think about this. If train's coming out, don't need the pathing signal. Block signal. We want pathing signal coming in, blocking signal going out, because these are 2 tracks going different direction. Yeah. Because this is not a true intersection, it's a collision point. So I want this to be a pathing signal. Blocking signal on the way out. We already have one right there, so that's not necessary to... We want to turn this into a pathing signal. And block signal on the way out. It's interesting that he was... I guess it was considered an invalid path for a moment there. Our train is not close enough to trigger one of these signals. We also, before we leave, we need to determine which is which station on which we will be picking up from. We can do that. We can drive, because we're going to need to do a U-turn anyway with our ship, our train. So let's do the last signals here. I think we're going to do that on camera. So let's put these off. Boop, boop. All right, recording part 5, I think, episode 52, part 5, something like that. 3, 2, 1. All right, so that was relatively painless. You can see there goes our other train, the usual train going through here. You can see we have merged here. We still need to do our signals, but I think that we're good. We've already done our blocking and pathing signals there. We did need to rotate that oil extractor, but it clears it. It clears it just barely, but technically it clears it. So we're taking it. But traditionally, when we're doing intersections, we want to do pathing signals on the way in and blocking signals on the way out. This is coming in because it's leaving the facility. And then exiting to there. Just the entering of the intersection. So there we go, like that. And going from the other direction would be coming in that way. Exiting. And exiting. All right, that should handle it. Yeah, so you can see the intersection has its own unique color. It's isolated from the rest of the network. And looks like the signals are facing the right way. Out, yep. All right, excellent. And the last thing that we need to do is we need to determine where the car is going to be that picks up the plastic that we need. So we're going to use our new area, our new connection here. We're going to drive manually because I don't want this train picking anything up. But we're going to pull into the facility real quick, and just kind of mentally mark down which station has plastic, because that's what's going to have to be delivered to the new battery facility. So while I stop this one, she's a heavy train. Come on, baby. All right. And we saw the other train leave not too long ago. It's got a fairly large loop, so we should be in and out before she even knows we were here. But now we have the ability to approach this facility from either side. And it looks like it's going to be the first train car, because blue could be plastic, but we're going to get out. Look at it real quick and verify. Yeah, look at that. Full of plastic, too. It's ready to go. All right. So let's head back to the battery building. And now we know where our inputs are going to come from, because from the aluminum facility, it will be train car number 5. It's going to bring in the aluminum sheeting. And from the plastic facility, we will be bringing in from car number 1. Now we can continue to record here. This will be a high-speed driving all the way back. Just by a foot. All right, so we're back. Actually, let's pull out of the facility because we need to... No, we don't. I already did it. I was gonna say we needed the track clear so that we could build a freight platform. But in case you guys missed it, we actually have been working on this on Livestream. And we already did this part of Livestream. We didn't know for sure where we're going to be, so that's probably going to be gone. Because we'll bring in aluminum right there, bring in plastic right there. They're going to go up. Hello there, little guy. And up here is where we will have our manufacturers bring everything together to make our batteries. And then we'll store them somewhere on site. And then we'll be able to bring them back down and either use this same station for exporting, because we have all these in between open ones, and maybe leave this as just a future use or one that we can come and park on, because we have a bunch of facilities that we have a kind of a leftover unused station for future possible use, or it's a place for us to conveniently park our main train, and then we can take them back out. We also will have the option and likelihood that at some point up here we'll have maybe a drone platform that can carry batteries to other drone platforms to fuel them. So that is also going to be an option because we'll have this nice open space up here. But let's get back to actually building this. And I think that we more or less have everything mapped out. See this? You can see what's going on here. It is cool. Yeah, we've made a lot of progress. So he'll be flying through here, and you can see we did some shenanigans with some caddy corner foundations. They're going to be gone. This will all be straight, but the machines will remain turned. But it's mostly going to be about connecting some things and doing some math and painting and decorating and walls, and then watching that guy fly through a few more times because we have to make sure we got the openings right and the exits and all that good stuff. So let me get to it, and I'll bring you guys back in. All right. This is coming together well, pretty nicely. I'm quite pleased with it. Quite pleased. So I think we're good on both of those machines. We now know where our inputs are going to come in from, so we can start. Okay, so our machines are over where the belts would come up. So we're going to need minor shenanigans. Will be a problem. They're going to be in the way. I'm going to guess this is going to be right. Gimme, thank you. I'm going to be wrong. I'll just put it there for a moment. Up to the edge. I'm saying I'll be wrong, but I don't think I have a choice. Because that is, we can't move it in any, can we? Maybe. Ah, that works. All right. We're gonna be one. So our corner is kind of on the line, but it's still in the middle. A light on. Straight up. Right there. No, this is going to be our plastic. If we check our off-screen spreadsheet, which, by the way, let's see if this button still works. There it is. This is just the thing I just cobbled together. This is so ugly. We have 4 machines. So we're going to bring in 240 plastic per minute, which is a Mark III belt. Mark III is 280? Goodness. 60, 120. I think 280 is right. It doesn't follow 280 and then like 360 and then 480, something like that. 540. I don't remember. Anyway, we will need. We'll double check. I think it's a Mark III belt for the plastic coming in, and the aluminum sheeting 210. So it's also going to be a Mark III belt. Right. Go away, spreadsheet. Logistics. 270 to 280. I knew that wasn't right, but it is more than 240. And then 480 goes back to a regular numbering, and then 780 just goes straight to the roof. I think this works for us. Leave that for the moment. Let me click on it. Mark III is exactly what we want. Connect. Oop. All right. So that gets our plastic up to the top floor. I think we just bring the aluminum in on the other side and they can crisscross. And we patiently wait for the autosave or a solid object in case we ever fall out of the sky for some reason. All right. So kind of guesstimate a location for this. Probably don't need to go far. Oh yeah, I mentioned that we were down on cable. The manufacturer's taking 50 cable on its own. We might have actually carried as much cable as we intended and used up a bunch of it. We need a fourth one, but right now I'm just hopping. They're probably going to need to be moved forward to give us room. We're certainly going to, because we're going to need more room for the merging and whatnot, because we have to bring 4 in. I'm going to just toss this down. Give me power. Just random spot to give me a relative to where I am and where I need to be. This is middle. I think it's gonna be that. Oh, so close. Wow, I really was. Oh, incoming. Oh, he just barely misses that wall. That means he'd probably hit this wall, and that's kind of where I need the wall to be. We can probably get away with something like that. Does not have that wall there. It was real close. I mean, this wall is perfect. It's just that we need to move it. We would like to have it back. I think it's probably going to end up being something like that. And this wall probably won't be there, and this wall probably won't be there. Okay. That accounts for our aluminum. We don't necessarily need that platform, but maybe we'll use it as our output. Who knows? I mean, we're making batteries, but we don't. There's nowhere we're currently going to send them. They need to be available for our drone use, but also they're used for something. Later on, recall. Open a codex. Here's where it is. Show us what it's used for. But right now, the output is not nearly as important until we actually have a use for the batteries. Not too much about that. Also, given the direction that the things are facing, I might want to just check them across and take it down. But we can bring them down because now we have the ceiling conveyors. So we can bring them down and then drag them down. That might be a thing. Because then they can run over the moth. You know, what else I think we need to do is kind of justify the size of this building. We're just going to have 4 machines on the roof. We could put a drone bay up here. They are large. Look at that. We could put a couple of these up here. Maybe we have these face off. And drone bay, drone bay. Like, even if they're not in use, like, just, it's the battery facility. It's there for drones. You know, we feed batteries straight into them, both into their power and into their pickup slot. Or we could do a 4 across and we could put them here. I think so. If we face these to each other, it creates some more challenges when it comes to the conveyor belting. Having them look clean. Oh, I just had another thought. Had to hold because I hear him rumbling through. Oh, goodness, he got by. I just had another thought. Let's see here. You know, I haven't even considered whether or not these are going to be the floors we're using. Been just drawing them. I know what this game would be like if you didn't get a full refund on dismantling machines. That'd be terrible. Absolutely terrible. There would definitely be mods to change that. I would definitely use them. Okay. Here's the proposal. We grab lift holes. And we do something like we can feed from underneath two of the products. And that will be more opportunity to have belting going along the ceiling that's passing over the blue moth. While making the belting up here more simple. However, splitting them 4 times on the ceiling. Challenging. We would keep the aluminum and rubber or plastic coming up to here through these holes and wrap them around. That would be simple. Make sure, before we get too crazy with this, make sure I actually have the holes where they belong. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. You need to fly faster. Oh, clip, 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 clip. Oh, clip all of it. All of it. I think he clipped that. I'll have to check again on his next pass through. But I think that this right here is going to end up being our front wall. And we'll, like, this doesn't have to be the back of the building. We can shave off so that he's flying through a reasonable appearance of an opening. You can do like half walls, something like that. 3, I didn't want 3. And kind of create a opening around him. Foundations. Something like that. cradling as he flies in. And then we can mirror that at the roof. That's a possibility. So we have an output somewhere. Probably right here. We'll come back and do the math on the output later. Now just our customary Mark 1 belts. It totally never gets us in trouble. It's not an exact lineup, but we're not going to get an exact lineup. That's just the way it goes. That's okay. This would be our copper wire. Sulfur is going to come in from the other side. Gonna work. To create a floor at the right height. Oh, no, wait. Oh, we barely cleared that. That was good right there. Let me check the other side. That's good. I think this is our... I think that's our thing right there. We could maybe have an overhang that would make that look fine as well. Why is that not going to the corner? That's not going to line up because that is not a full height. They're just not going to cooperate. Maybe we could do something like that. Have a overhang. Oh, here. That might look fine. Kind of cover the end of the rail. Gives more structure to the flying in. We need to actually build the stuff first and stop working on the structure, but you know how things go. Like that. It'll be a real shame when we decide that we want to go with a different material type for all this. Just in time. I think we got it. I think we got it. Front door at least. All right. All right, back to the belting stuff that I'm avoiding. We need a splitter. The right height, that's good. Going to do I think. Nope. Floppy. Problem here is, no, it's not a problem. Not easy, by the way. You like lighting this stuff up. Can on the ground. I'm going to guesstimate that. Probably have to change it. We need that 90-degree turn. Oh, nailed it. Try that again. It is on the line. That's good. Oh, that's so satisfying. Looky there. We don't have that weird Dido turn anymore. Perfect. That's a thing of beauty. Okay. Yeah, daddy-like. I think that's correct. That does not look right. That is absolutely not right. What in the world did you think you were lined up to? That direction's correct. Corners on the line. Yes, sir. This is I feel good about, like, that right there was the first time that this building has started to feel like the concept, the image is becoming real. Turning, because now that we have this entrance, and turning and seeing him fly into what is now starting to feel like a structure, felt good. I didn't anticipate that. That felt real good. Like, this is what has been in my head for months when I originally came up with this idea for the previous episode. And becoming reality. Exciting. That was just perfect. No, I don't need that. It's coming together as a structure, and he's integrating into it, and that's everything I wanted. That's the first time it felt like he was part of it. It's not right. It is right. We don't need, as long as the belt's not too long, we're not going to need healing units. Oh, it's going too long. Oh, just too long. Look at that. So close. Just full stretch, little bit. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Da-da-da-da. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 3, 4. That puts it right here. That's interesting. This the floor mount, the ceiling. It says compare a ceiling mount, and it's flipping to grab to the floor, even though it's not legal. I think right here, ish. We'll do that as our first stab at it. Yeah. It's all coming back. It is all coming back. All right. Beautiful. Beautiful. One more to go. At least for the copper wire. Come on, give me a line. There you go. I believe in you. Why are you trying to go through the roof? Okay, math time. We are delivering 360 per minute wire. This will be the wire. Mark III belt is 270, which is insufficient for what we are attempting to do here. We have 6 machines and 6 machines, so the 360 is going to be 180 coming from each side. Each machine puts out 90 wire per minute, 30 wire per minute. What am I looking at? Oh, the 90 is what we're using per machine. Okay. 30 wire per minute, which is a Mark I belt for the output. We have 30. Out this belt is going to be 60, so we always go up by 1. Bring that in, means 90 on this belt. Bring that in is 120, which is the limit of Mark II, so we're going to go up by 1. And Mark III is all we're going to need. 90, it's 120, 150, 180. Okay. We've already matched the inputs. Oh, no, why are we on Mark II? Pixie Hobbits. Alright, that's going to be our 30. 60, go by 1. And on there's 90. 120, bring it up by 1, and Mark III the rest of the way. Mark 4. Going up. For the belt, we're going to run out of some material. We are using 90 per machine, which is a Mark II. 120. Mark II, the airlifts. We have 380 on this belt minus the 90. 290, still too fast for a Mark III belt. Minus 290, that doesn't sound right to me. It wasn't 380, it was 360. brings it down to 270, which is still too fast. It's exactly the speed of a Mark III belt, but we always go over by 1. So there's 270 on that belt, minus the 90, brings us down to 180. Got Mark III. $180 is going to get 90 stripped off of it, bring us down to a Mark II. And there you have it. Copper wire is done from that end. Copper ingots are not done yet because we need to bring the inputs up and across. But we have the outputs already done. I think we mathed it already. It's like we did. Excellent. The ingots cap at 180. Yes, so we get twice as much wire out of. Okay. That's good. Well, you know what? I was going to do the sulfur because that's going to be the next. Well, we got the rhythm going, but you know what? This does not exist. Nothing. This might go to the floor. Oh. You like to have it raised up. So we'll send it to the floor afterwards. Makes it easier to get around. We need a splitter. Hello, splitter. Three, using the very convenient holding control to snap things in place. 4, 5. Look at the cable we've got. One cable left over. Yeah, fortunately we have some more on the train. Okay. Each one of these is going to be consuming 30 per minute and producing 30 per minute. Here, buddy. Oh, just barely clearing. Oh, he nudged that. Oh, that's all right. That's all right. This is a temporary thing. That's fine. Absolutely fine. Okay. We're bringing in 180. That means there's 150 coming across this line. This doesn't even need to be Mark III. Yes, it does. Mark II is 120. So a 180, 150 coming out, 120 coming out, down to Mark II, 90, 60, and 30. Perfect. Okay, that is now mathed out. We need to connect that there. This was meant to be a temporary. May or may not remain. We'll probably have to resize it, but looking at our materials in hand, we're not going to have enough to actually build the conveyor. Hopefully we have at least one more stack left. We use some on the train. There we go. Building the train tracks. Drag this bad boy. Okay, that's our target nation. So we're gonna right up to the Oh, it makes it. Excellent. We don't want it. We don't want it to come that far down, but back. Let's do that. That's going to give us a visual on roughly where this goes. You know, let's. That was a little wonky with the way that was connecting. It wasn't connecting to the actual port. Redraw that. And we can use the ground here, the platform, to guesstimate. Still pretty low. Let's go one more. Right there. Yeah, that looks good. Now, well, that is, disconnect that for now. Really unnecessary temporary platform out here. We have materials. Saying flat freight platform. I want in the inventory. We need that. Yeah, let's grab an extra. Grab another extra. We don't have power going through any of this stuff, but to run temporary, and we're gonna reserve power connecting everything till the end because we're gonna need to know where our walls are and everything. We're not gonna have these poles all over the place. We're not barbarians. Okay. And that's a visual reminder that copper's done. Coming in, we don't have to, all I gotta do is connect it to the machines and away you go. Once they have power. Sulfur's next. Sulfur is going to do the opposite loop. What we just did here. So I'll need to do like this. Nailed it. Nailed it first try. We got this. Conveyor belt. Belt. Hockey, we're going to do both of them at the same time. Ooh. Ah. Opportunity. What am I doing here? What am I doing here? Overcomplicating this one. The other one had to do the horseshoe because of the fact that it had to not infiltrate the center. There was no crossover. However, we get a benefit from the interior. We can just boop, 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 just like that. We don't have to horseshoe. Yeah, and that's more striping of belts for him to fly under. So that's even, you know, it's like double good. Need that. We'll leave that there for a reminder in case we need to decide we need to move something or add something. We don't have to reinvent where the height was. Look at that. Isn't that pretty? We couldn't like straight across this one because I knew that this belt is going to have to come in sulfur connected there. Speaking of which, I just removed that flooring and I'm probably going to have to connect. This is why we left one behind. The sulfur has to connect. We're going to use it for the height. Here he comes. We really need to start marking his exit. Oh, it is way over here. Well, this isn't a thing. His exit's going to be something like this. We'll do something of the similar design. That'll be fine. Also, I think we need to, now that we have this solidified, we have to get realistic about what's our boundary going to be. Because this is breaching the current. So close. Okay. We'll do a ledge. Means we'll have to move that. That's okay. I mean, this is already kind of turning inward, so it can line it up a little bit better. Start by getting a little ability belt here. No, we don't want to do that. I want to leave that because it's telling us our length. Will this reach? Really? Okay. I thought it would because we backed that up a little bit to do the downslope. Yeah, let's straighten that out a little bit. Excellent. And we'll just do that as a overhang ledge. We can do the if necessary, we can do the ramps. So it really feels like a ledge, like we did on the other one. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. But that gives us our space to worry about this. And then we can focus on getting that over here somehow. Our line is going to be left bracket is on the line. All it there. I might need to adjust it. For now. And we know we're bringing in 180, so let's just, I know we always do Mark 1 stuff, but hard to Mark 2, Mark 3's there. Not sure how I want to bring this across this opening. I'm not sure I have a choice. Down, across, and up. I mean, we could do really tall stacker poles. I don't think that would look too. Get rid of the copper ore that we know is in our inventory. Amp all those belts. Stop it. We're gonna move our inventory management over to here. Don't care if the we don't care if the bird runs into that. %, temporary. Facing the wrong direction. No? No, you are. Because you're a splitter, not a merger. That's why. All right. Floppy. I think what we need to do is Get ourselves an alignment. Roughly like this. First of all, let's verify that this actually doesn't reach on its own. Ooh, good, excellent. All right. Oh, what? I think that's a short enough gap to jump. We can jump that gap. No weirdness involved, just... I mean, it's gonna be close. We can move that forward a little bit. Oh yeah. I mean, we don't make it to the thing, but we make the gap jump. Oh, just enough. Look at that. Question is, do we... So we haven't been considering putting walls in place that have windows, you know, to bare entrances, which would not line up with this. This belt just barely, I mean, just so barely made it to here. I don't think I can get away with moving this very far. Like, I'm not sure this belt's gonna make it now. So we could probably adjust this belt here. Here we got a winner. We'll need to do the same for that guy there, but we'll do that in a minute. I don't want to start feeding the machines yet. Okay, I mean, there's gonna be a little, every now and there's a little kink, right? I mean, we went out of our way to get the other one working, but I'd rather take this little hook instead of having to do like a dual window. It just has a window not in use. Yeah. I was thinking that we could do a dual window, we could bring that one in the second window, but then we'd have to be all funny. It's all measured out. Now we're going to need to do that, however. Won't be too painful because this is already aligned. Although it is funny that after all this debate about having the stacker pole up there, we're going to now remove it. Okay, where were we before we got ambushed by our autosave? Okay. That's them along there. Mark 3 belt. Oh, yeah. We want run this. You mean it's too steep? The whole point of that being there was I was gonna bring the sulfur and connect it to keep feeding, but I don't think I'm going to. And how are we going to get this sulfur out of my inventory? This is going to be a pain to line this up because of... That's all right. Correct one. Thank you. Every adjustment we make brings it over a little bit more. It's straightening out the line a little bit more at a time. I think this is the last time that we're going to be moving it, though. Okay. So we have sulfur input run. Oh, we need to connect it up there. Copper is 100% done minus power in painting. Oh. Comes. Oh, that was, yeah, I think he's on it. Good. And based on where these poles are, this is probably a safe wall. I think that this is gonna probably be the exit. You know, I didn't even consider these. All right. I figured there'd be enough room. We'll send them the other way out, because if we put any drone ports up here, this way we can run the outputs through the drone ports before wrapping around to whichever station is going to pick them up. It'll probably be this side. It'll probably be this station for more. That's not an important detail right now. Do that. I almost feel like I should have raised the whole thing up a little bit more, but I want it to be close when it's flight, and this is pretty close. So even we have this weird little pop up here, that's fine. We can, you know, little observation area. I don't think it's a problem. Sulfur. Oh, we did get it on the top. So the sulfur is done. Done. Copy. Paste. We have the inputs coming up for both the plastic and the aluminum. Let's just running those. Counter to each other. Think about this. And do the same thing that we did on the bottom. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. We don't have to do any shenanigans. I mean, maybe this is considered shenanigans unto itself, but we don't have to do any kind of crisscrossing, overlapping, craziness. Bring this just on the inside. Just on the inside. All right. That's too far. That's right on the line. That looks like that's over the line. Good. There we go. Then we'll do it just on the outside. That. There you go. I feel like the Bob Ross of Satisfactory. Little bit there. That's perfect. That. Oh, I gotta get there in time. They get there in time. Run, 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 run. Ooh. I think he'll clip this wall. I think that's, we'll try it next time, but I think he was about right into this part of it, right here. And there are now half wall pillars, but not half wall walls. So we can't. I mean, we could cheat it by doing a half wall pillar and then off a wall, and then but then they'd be overlapping walls, and there's that graphic a little glitchy. I don't want to go for it. See, there are now half foundations, and so if we wanted to turn those into pillars, I could do it, but then I'd have to pillar the whole thing. Wouldn't make any sense. So, all right. Nope, nope, no. Go the other way. One and two. Perfect. You're not gonna reach. Okay. We're bringing in plastic at 60 per machine. Mark 2, Mark 2, Mark 3. And we'll have 120. We'll go one step above. This was Mark 4, right? Should have been. No, 6. Yeah. 240 should be our intake. Check the spreadsheet. Spreadsheet. Plastic. 240. Mark 3 belt. Those are 270s. Why am I doing Mark 4? Three. Oh, I did Mark 4 because I clicked on this one over here that is a different product. I had Mark 3 properly on the rest of it. Okay. That handles plastic. Boy, it really comes together, doesn't it? Oh, we do have a crossover. I gotta get that over there. Even if I turned it here, it would still have to jump it. Darn it. There's no way to do it otherwise. It's right. It's alright. I mean, it's not challenging. I'm wrong with it. We'll get it nice and close. It's flying by. I think I'm too late. Yeah, I'm too late. I can jump it, but I need to split it before I jump it. That's alright. That'll be fun. Just do a quick starter one there. Then up, over. Yeah, it's plenty of room. All right, now just a little bit of math. We are bringing in the aluminum. Quite a lot of it, in fact. Put you back up. Oh, it's 210. Much as I was thinking. Mark 3 belt. I should get one of these. Such. Two. Mark 3, Mark 3. 210 divided by 2 is 105. So it's only a Mark II. Carry it on. And we said we're using 52.5, so that's a Mark I. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. All right. That's the inputs. 100% done in output. And 4 times 30 is 120. We'll do a Mark III. Oh, Mark I's coming out. So the reason why we always go, if we're right on the dot, like I'm transferring exactly 120, and a belt can do exactly 120. The reason why we always go one tier higher if we're on the dot is because if we get backed up, the source can never get caught up. They'll never, like, the machines would be 100% full all the time. So, you know, if like a delayed on something picking up the batteries, you know, and say the storage gets full. And during that time, the machines are still manufacturing, and then they're filling up their inventory. Then the storage gets taken away by a train or drone or whatever. The storage that was the banked production time in the machines will never be credited because the belts can never clear them past their max production rate, because you're effectively above the production rate temporarily because you haven't stored extra. Ooh, that was pretty good. His wing was up. I think he would have clipped otherwise. So we're gonna catch him on our time through. But that looked nice. So anyway, we always want to be, even if it's just literally, if it's even just 1 per minute over time, and get caught up. Of course, you know, you can debate how fast you want to be able to get caught up depending on the need, the use case. But it's going between never and some point. So that's why I always, if the number is exact, I always go 1 tier up so that they can get caught up. So like 2 of these combined is 60, so we're not going to do Mark I, we're going to do Mark II. I don't care where these go right now. I think we do the building and power, and then decide where the product's going, because I do think that we want to put a drone hub or 2 up, even though we have nowhere for them to go. Is that a thing that we aren't making yet? Oh, not. Oh. I wanted to bring it up in the codex. Not the... Okay, missing radio controlled units. Are we making radio controlled units? I think we are. We are making 18 per minute. Which is fine because we're using them for construction. That's a trip back home. I don't think we're going to have radio controlled units on the train. But I think I want to put a couple of drone ports up, even though we have nowhere for them to go. That way we can plan out the routing of it. And it's just like having an extra train station. You know, it's like, we use it or we don't use it. But it'll look nice. Those are computers. We do not have radio control units with us. Why would we? I wonder. I think we can be cheeky about this. Oh, so cheeky. Who's our train that's delivering home? That's plastic and rubber. Or, that's, grip parts. And aluminum. That's... What in the world is that even doing? I don't even know what that train is. Space, I mean, Space Elevator is special, but there shouldn't be anything running. I didn't say it in time. What is our train that's going home? Why am I asking you guys? You don't remember? I don't remember. That's going home mid. I think it's going to be home right, so I don't think it's going to be this one. Unload. These are all the things that he's picking up and bringing here. We need radio controlled units, which are not here. Oh, I think we're making the radio controlled units at home. I can't be cheeky. What I was going to do... See, I was thinking that we were making them at the electronics hub. Here. I was going to send our temporary train set to only pick up radio-controlled units as a one-shot run there and back, just to bring us a few. You know, to intercept what is going normally to home base. But I don't think we're building them there. I'm pretty sure we're making them at home. Means we need to go home to get them. You know what? I think we're going to go ahead and do that because we're running low on supplies. I think we've built everything we need to build. Except for the drone hubs. Let's think about this. All the machines are in place. We might need some cable for wiring. No, that 180 is going to be more than enough. All belting is done, more or less. It's just the output for that, that's it. We have a case of industrial beam on the train, not an issue. I think we need anything else. I mean, we were running low on stuff, but I don't think that we're going to need the stuff that we're running low on. All right, we're going to head home. Because we need the drone ports in place. What are you stuck? No docking? Oh, we don't want to dock it. Cancel dock. Okay. Turn off. I broke my backpack again. Okay. So we need to remember to set these to unload. I'm not going to right now because we're parking a train here that has stuff in them. This way we don't. It moves. Okay. This one, almost assuredly, we're going to turn this one right here into our batteries. I don't know what color I want. White, orange, maybe? Oh, do that right there. We need to remember to move 2 of those to unload, but we don't want to do that right now. And we should pick up that temporary train so that we can come back to battery right instead of battery left. Running out of Pepsi. Because it's not bad considering that I've made this 1 can of Pepsi last for almost 5 hours. The train's taking a different route back. When we called for it at the beginning of the episode, it was in the same station. And it went clockwise around the map and approached us from the west. That's strange. We're going from the same station to the same station, and it's taking a separate route this time. I've never seen it do that. I mean, I knew we were literally right on, like, across the map, most equal distance. But it shouldn't be. Okay, that should have taken a. Is it taking a U-turn here? Did it change stations when we? Yes, it did. You goofball. It was going back to the battery. See, when something goes weird, you need to pay attention to it. Why is something going weird? That gave us a nice look back at the old Tower of Power. Still need to do some cleanup work around here. I really liked that structure. I like the way it came out. The little waterfall kind of gradient coming in, and then the concrete wear on the feet, the pillars. I'm very, very pleased with how that came out. We'll pay no attention to that gaping hole there on the side. Still needs a little touch-up work. Anyways, we're probably not going to finish the battery building tonight. I mean, just the outer structure. I think we've worked through all the problems, and I think it's just a matter of futzing with the look, the final aesthetic of it, and I'm not quite sure. I'm going to need to stare at its shape and make some decisions on color and whatnot. There were some things I wanted to do with it. I think it's just going to take time. I don't know. We're going to get this and we'll get the drone stuff up, and then we'll make a decision at that point. But we're about 5 hours on the stream. I'm glad it took this route. I love this route. This is our silica production facility. There's Santa's workshop. Out in the middle of the desert. That was a lot of fun too. I'm really, really proud of that final build with the. Not only did we have Santa's workshop, but we had the tree farm. You could drive around in a little Ficsit cart and pick out your trees. It was so cool. Oh, wow! We hit the brakes hard on that one. That guy was coming through. I'm guessing that's the Aluminum Express. Some of these, I think I need to come back and maybe add pathing signals to instead of just blocking signals. Let them go through a little more smoothly. I mean, the pathing signal in that case I don't think would have done anything. But retrofitting some of the stuff. Oh, that needs to be cleaned up too. That temporary ramp. I got a lot of cleanup work to do around this place. You know, you go from project to project. And sometimes you just don't get back to the previous thing. You know, the temporary stuff. Measuring blocks and things like that. Wait till it starts docking. There we go. It is picking up concrete. All right, we need radio controlled units wherever the heck they are. We might as well do some restocking critical stuff. I'm waiting for it to get done docking so that we can actually see our inventory. There we go. Well, we need 2 sets of cables and top off the cables we have. And then it's mostly, I think, steel stuff. Yeah, so we need, that's 4 of those in, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'll need top of this one off Bring 3 back. Well, maybe we'll keep 2 sets on us. Okay, so we need 3 steel beam, 2 reinforced, and a... Got these on us. Wow, did more than we needed on that. So we're good with that. I must have picked up something that gave us, because I don't remember us having that much on us. Okay. I said 3 of these. What, 4 steel beam, and top off the one that we have. 3, 4. Grab a couple of those. We definitely need heavy modular frames. A bunch of those. Those are downstairs. Oh, and we need the thing that we came here for. I already forgot. I was like, all right, go get our cables. Cables are not what we came for. We just know that we need them. We need to figure out where we are storing radio controlled units. It looks like them right there. That means they're upstairs. Maybe, what, like 18 a piece? 10 a piece. Do I have a sign for these yet? Copy. Paste. Ta-da! Click on it and find out that's not what's in here. All right. We gotta fill it up. Shh. All right. And we said just cables. That's all we need. Boop. This may or may not have been faster than the one that goes to the hub, but close enough. Smack. I do need a deceleration device there. Somehow slow down my approach. Crush my face into that every time. Whoa, that guy startled me. Our original big building. Just all this just to make iron ingots. That was a good building too. Okay, 2 for the train and 1 on hand. I think it's good. We don't typically go through excessive amounts of cables. We've gone through a lot here because we're building big machines that require them as part of the construction, but otherwise it's know, we're not doing cross-map cabling. However, that's going to be a thing in Update 10, which is coming out pretty soon. They're adding new mega power towers, like the kind that, you know, you'd see crisscrossing like the state. Gigantic ones with the big arms on the sides. I went into the wrong tube, didn't I? I sure did. To allow you to drag power across the map more easily. I mean, I don't know that we'll have too much of a use for it because we use train stations to deliver our power across the map. But they look pretty neat, and there is the device, I don't know what it's called. We don't use it. Oh, in the wrong button. I don't even know what to type to look up for it. There's it's like a slider device that you can grab onto a power cable and ride it. And with the new cross-country one, you're going to be able, because normally you ride it until it gets to a junction and you have to leap off of it and then catch the next one. They're changing it so that it will just carry on, so that you can just ride indefinitely, which will be pretty cool if we're talking about like a long one that goes halfway across the map. That's going to be, so neat just to hang from it and just ride and just, hands-free. I think that's going to be super neat. Okay, high-speed connectors. We have enough. Let's pop them off. Where they're at. Floor, I don't remember seeing on the bottom floor. They have to be. I know I've got them here. I just don't have signs for them. Oh, here they are. Like I'm in the grocery store. Oh, we were out of... Oh, we're gonna need some of that. Quickwire. 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 Definitely a quickwire. Oh, there, quickwire. We use plenty of that because that's where all of our poles come from. Use Mark II everything. Nope, nope. Stop it. I always take that tube up there, but there's actually a walkway to go straight there. Feels silly. Let's unload first. There we go. This way we know we forget anything. Yeah, I think we're fine. And the encased industrial beams just kind of manually share the concrete one. Those don't auto-load, but I don't go through them in high enough volume to have to worry about it needing to be auto-loaded. Just if for some reason I had to burn through a bunch of them, then I'll just restock them manually. And then whatever spots are left over do get auto-loaded with concrete. That's what this is. You can see it's slowly, ever so slowly recovering. Drip feed from somewhere. I mean, I'll never run out of it. was it? We're dry. Emergency. You know what? I think it's time for some share cam while we drive across the map. Get a drink real quick. Be right back. Right. From some white tea with raspberry. The good stuff. Okay. Oh, very good. All right. Oh, hello there. I think that let's put some walls up real quick. I don't know that we're going to finish it tonight. We can get it running tonight. What's it? You know, I have to decide on kind of the aesthetic. But I think we can do. We can kind of. Oh no! That's the opening that he flies through. Do it like we did with the other one. We'll want to put some windows in here or there. Moment. This. For 3. Because the top one is the edging, then it comes down to. Look at the upside down. Now I don't have high confidence that this is going to be as accurate because this is where he's. I know it's not going to work. We know he's ascending. That's why we had to raise the roof here. So that's not going to. That's no good. I think it means we need to just section that whole bit off. Raise the doorway, so to speak. Why would you? That would make things easy. Coming back around. This is a little bit less elegant because of the pop-up, but you know what? We're okay with it. Oh, where'd he go? He was coming back around. Waiting on him. Stuff. Oh, there is. Oh, he clipped. I think he clipped the. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, that's good. That's fine. I think he might have clipped the conveyor. Like he almost certainly did. That's okay. I mean, I can adjust that. Instead of having that go straight through, I can just swoop back and come up. And then have them come through just a little bit higher, or that would be fine. Yeah, that's an easy adjustment. Not worried about that. no longer need to be here. Well, that's a little awkward, isn't it? It's like I keep having to add ledges out of every side. The building keeps being just one block too short for one little piece that keeps popping in and out. Let's start getting rid of these because I think we know that this is all correct now. So we can get rid of these diagonal pieces. Then we replace them with normal directional floors. Everybody? All the diagonals? I don't think I did. I did not. Okay. Right. We're there. All grid. Okay. I kind of question whether or not we even need this gigantic corner. Problem is, cornering walls is never good. I don't know why they haven't adjusted that yet. You know, we can put corner foundations. Can't put corner walls. Let's get our overhang ramp. That bad boy right there. So if we have to adjust that. Not a big deal. We need to bring this out one as well. It's not going to impact. Not only is it going to not negatively impact his entry, I think it's actually going to positively impact it. Because then this is a little awkward because there's no thickness here. Why is that not? What is going on? Why is it connecting below the level? All right. I hear him coming, but I don't have time to get to. Yes, on his maximum upswing, he did clip that a little bit. So it's fine. We're not worried about it. But this will give a little bit more. Encasement surrounding of the entrance. We had to wait for the lovely autosave. Enjoy a cookie. This is such a pain to get these aligned. That's going to be on the outside. It's going to be on the inside of it. Like that one. On the inside of it. Yeah, like that. Actually, that needs to stay. I almost want to keep that. I'm going to keep that. I like it. Yeah. I want to duplicate that over here. I'll be able to do that. In the opposite direction. You see, this frames the doorway better having this out here, so this is not a bad thing to have happen. Out. I think we this anymore. Swap those for these. One on the end. That will be heavy. Probably. Yeah. Perfect. And since these are overhangs, we don't have to go out to meet them. That. So I think we want to go to here. And go to those, grab this bad boy right here. And have it meet up like that. See, just flies right on through the building. That's great. Turns and goes out the side. We'll right now we're just generic walling it, but we'll get some windows in and stuff. I know I said, oh, we're just not gonna bother with the building right now, but you know, sort of bothering with it a little bit because we need to know where some of the structure is going to be. Make sure we don't have to make any adjustments. This is what we're having to do because of that one little guy sticking out. One little troublemaker. Thinking here. I'm making all this dead space. Kind of need to because of this. If we decided to curve it or slant it like this, we would need a solution for maintain. I like this. I like this a lot. It's like not falling out of the sky. So let's a little more wire going there. We would need to do. I'm just gonna put it down somewhere. Go back up. Delete this because it's trying to get it lined up. We need an inverted version of this. This is not it, but I'm just wanting to see what this looks like for shape purposes. We need something that goes bottom up across. We'd have to use a ramp. I don't think there's a wall equivalent. We'd have to do that. Which kind of loses us. I mean, we'd have to do a larger version of it. It loses the. Is there not an 8? Oh, good grief. There isn't a larger version. Why is there no larger version? I think I'm going to veto this idea, but I also think I want to bring this down one more. I like the 8 pi wall too much, I think. That won't line up either. That's not right. Somebody's not behaving. Not lining up properly. Flush on the top, they should be the same. It should be the same math. If you liked it the way it was, we're going to leave it the way it was. I don't think we're going to go with this. I like having this larger piece. I'll stick with it. Maybe just to give it a little bit of shape. On the side. Backwards. I knew when I drew it, I'm like, you know what, you're not paying attention to what facing is. And I went, oh no, we'll just trust it. Or the wrong. I think it's better than nothing. It gives us more shape, and this building was always meant to have shape. So I think we don't have like decorations. Like put a gargoyle on the end of this. But that gives some better shape. I'm happier with that, and it covers up the out piece. Good. Window this up a little bit. I don't normally use these. I don't have anything against them. I don't normally use them. I think at this point we're sticking with concrete. It's just, we continue to build it all in concrete. I'm getting used to looking at it like that. I think we're sticking with concrete at this point. I mean, I don't think I want to go with metal floors, given that it's a battery factory. Metal, you know, kind of conductive. That ain't right. And we can't do diagonal walls, so we'll just have to do that. Stop trying to connect to the bottom of it. There we go. Oh. Okay. So wrong that he even did two of them. Oh. We have an even or an odd number of walls here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Odd number. Good. We like odd. When we're building, we like odd. Any base you make in Minecraft, always on an odd number. What did I just do that for? Because doorways are 1 wide. Or doors are 1 wide. That looks good. That works so well with the concrete walls. I approve. Now this side might not work out the same because of that. That's okay. I don't think I want to wrap it to the front, but maybe I do. No. I was going to do the overhang, but that's not an overhang because we actually have a floor below it. We're just going to wall it up. Ooh. Oh, let me fly up. Right at the edge of my... I'm at the end of my rope. So many temporary poles that we're going to have to clean up. Oh, we got lucky. Odd number. %25 chance. We got an odd number on both sides. I know about the hole in the wall. I'm not worried about that at the moment. We have walls, which means we can actually run power things on walls. If we need to adjust what the walls look like, we can do that afterwards. This will still need to be moved, but I don't care about that right now. Let's establish where the power is coming from. We're one of those stations. We need to establish how we're getting between floors. Be it a ramp, which is unlikely because of where would we put it. Like a staircase. I don't try to squeeze a spiral staircase in up here. I don't think that would work out. Probably just person tube. We still can't. I think we can. I still don't think we can put people tubes on floors. Or we can put the pass through, not the entrance. Right. So if we put that there, for example, and not what I need. It's not the right placement, but I don't care because this isn't going to work anyway. Proof of concept. Oh, did they change it? Can we really do this? I've always wanted to be able to do this. I mean, obviously this is not ideal placement, but why no sound, no airy thingy? Whoop. I want to go back down. Got my hopes up. Oh, not the hole. I want the entrance. Definitely letting me. Aww. I mean, look how fun that is. I mean, you'd need to angle as you came out because it sucked back in. But oh, and then when you want to leave, you just walk over it and. Whoom. Oh, I am so disappointed. Let's see here if we can get rid of. So we can't. If we target the hole, it's highlighting the entire pipe, so we can't just leave the dead end of the pipe floating. Sad panda. Okay. I guess we'll just move it over and do like normal people do. That might not work out. That's almost certainly not going to work. Okay, that doesn't work. We're arriving on train. We're going to be arriving over there because that's the in use one. So we use the other foundation down here, and we end up concrete on the. So nice. I'm still going with it. It's a bad idea to have metal floors on a battery factory, though. For whole, I think it's going to be middle. As confidently. Yeah, that's a good turn. Okay. Oh, why do you think I'd want to put that on the ground? Okay, so we have a way between floors. Well, at least first and second floor. I almost want to leave this open. I do. I'm fine with the side wall, but something about this. I want the trains to come up to the edge of an open spot. This wall might even go to put pillars up instead. Hold the building up on pillars. Rather than enclosing the train station. I think that's probably a better idea. That's okay. It's just a little. It's such a variation of what position he's in at the time he arrives that I really don't want to compromise it too much. Now that's the overhang. Too large. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't mind that it clips the pathing signal because it's metal thing has been driven into it. That's not right. That's going to be much better than having the walls holding it up. So much better. Won't be necessary now. This might be a little bit awkward because the overhang is far enough out for the support pillar. If we can extend it forward if we need to. Oh, what? Did not do that. So this is the closest I can get that pillar. Yeah, we're gonna extend it. I don't think it's gonna in any way negatively impact the design. Perfectly fine. Oh, that's gonna be kind of awkward with it connecting to this slant because it's flat. This doesn't have to be slanted on this part, I guess. Doesn't have to be the same as the overhang up there. Where was that? Oh. just realized my microphone has been dead. All right, resuming in 3, 2, 1. All right, so here we are, pulling up at the Illuminati. If you don't remember this, you should go back and check that episode out because this was an awesome building. I had decided to use one train that's going to do the plastic and the aluminum, so it's going to be running all over the place. This right now should only, the rear one should be the only one to activate, and it should only be pulling aluminum sheeting out of that container, even though the container has both aluminum sheeting and aluminum casing. But then this train is going to go all the way to the turbo fuel facility and pick up plastic. And it's going to be the one train that's going to do both. And although that is kind of a stretch, by the math, the plastic should be enough in one cart, because we hold 32 stacks in one train car, and using 240 plastic per minute, it kind of runs out to about 26 minutes worth of plastic from one train car, and it shouldn't take 26 minutes for it to do one full loop. So plastic should be fine. The question is going to be whether or not the aluminum plating is going to be enough, or aluminum sheeting, because how much aluminum sheeting was actually in that shared container is something I'm not entirely sure on. So that's going to be something that we're just going to play it by ear. If it's not enough, we are producing enough. If it's not enough, then I might have to influence how the other trains are taking the aluminum sheeting away from the station, so that there's enough left behind for this. But we're going to ride this to the oil location just to make sure it's picking up only what it should be picking up. Oh, there's a little waver in the train line there. I'm going to have to fix that. Parts either going to be cut out to warp to there, or it'll be super high speed. I'll probably be cutting this clip out. Skip straight to the arrival. There's a little trick when I'm making these kinds of recordings for episodes, and I know that it's going to be like a high speed like this. I know there's not going to be any audio from me, so I will intentionally stay as quiet as I can, so that when I'm doing the edit, I can just look at the waveform. I can tell where I need to skip. All right, here we are arriving at the oil station here. Now, ideally, we will only see the front car load. Nothing else should happen. Perfect. All right. So while that's doing that, actually, we're going to run back here real fast. I want to look at we're going to land on it. We're going to land on here because that tunnel is too short for us. I want to look at this, but I can't interact with it while they're docking. Ooh, that is not a lot of shooting. Yeah, so that might be something we'll have to address. But that's all right. Yeah, just for the initial run here, just making sure everything's working. Again, this will probably be a fast forward high speed, or I'll just up to our arrival. I was saying I kind of ran out of time where I was talking when we got there because I needed to actually record audio. But like I said, when I'm going to do when I know that there'll be a high speed clip, I sit as quiet as I can because this allows, when I'm editing, and it can take several minutes driving across the map, for example. Rather than my having to sit through it or scroll back and forth trying to figure out where I need to stop the time lapse or the high speed, I just look at the waveform and it's flat during the time I didn't talk, because I know that the audio is going to be disabled for that anyway. So I don't need to sound like a chipmunk trying to talk once I speed up the footage. All right, so if I didn't mess anything up, this will unload and start sending material to where we need it. And up here, we should start seeing plastic come up this conveyor. And there goes the aluminum over there. Plastic, excellent. Oh, no, we don't need that. But that is a Mark III, okay. And connect that to there. And what's the last one we need to connect? We need to connect this one to here. All right, if everything is connected properly, we should start to see smelting, and we should start to make wires, and the batteries should start to go. As long as I didn't mess up any, all of these should be set to wires. Excellent. All right. Just need to see if just a few of them come out. That's all I care about. Way we know the conveyors are running the right way and all that stuff. Set the top floor. And there's another couple things I want to do up here, but I want to just see batteries popping on the belt. And what we're going to do up here is, and we're not going to use them yet, but we're gonna put a couple of drone ports up here. Just for visual, let's drop a couple of them down. What's the center of the building? There. Let's do something like this. I'll probably end up moving them. How close can we actually? That's close. Let's move it out a little bit. So we'll have a couple drone ports up here so we can airlift batteries, you know, where we need to. There we go. We have batteries. Excellent. So we can throw them into. We're going to throw them into a storage for now. Storage container. And then I'll move things around. But I want to make sure the timings are working. So these need to be able to run constantly to make sure that we're getting enough plastic in, you know, on the train loop, and enough sheeting for the full run. So let me monitor this a little bit and do some cleanup work, and then I'll come back and we'll see how things are running. Hey there, Mima. Welcome to the stream. Sorry, I couldn't respond to you because everything was turned off because I was actually recording that clip for the upcoming episode, and so I had to be pretending like I'm not live streaming just for a moment. But welcome to the stream. You're catching pretty much towards the tail end here. We're almost 7 hours into this build. But glad to see you. Always glad to see more people joining. And yes, it is so satisfactory. This is a very satisfactory game. Oh, I think we can get rid of this now. Oh, clean all that up. That up. So the feature of this building, the reason why it's so weirdly shaped with all these openings, is because it's built around a visitor. Actually, I need to move this belt as well. But give it a few minutes and you'll see what I'm talking about. And in the meantime, I need to... I don't think this is gonna... I don't think we're going to have enough heating per trip. Our aluminum factory is making enough sheeting, but some of it's going to the warehouse. And I think that I'm going to have to stop sending to the warehouse and start sending to here. Oh yeah, the build capabilities in this game are fantastic. I'm a big Minecraft player, and I've always been a big redstoner in Minecraft, automation and setting up, you know, production lines and whatnot. And there's so much that you can't do in that game that you'd like to be able to do that you can do on the big scale for this. You know, the big limitation that Minecraft has to being this kind of player. There goes the train's got the aluminum on the back of it. It's on its way to go get plastic. So we're going to run out of aluminum for sure before it gets back. I don't think we're going to need that. But the big problem that Minecraft has when you're wanting to be able to do large-scale farms and automation is that the world isn't loaded in the game, just the area right around you. And so you can't do the big-scale, large map that this can because your things that are out of line of sight aren't actually functioning, and you can't do like rail lines for large scale, you know, like the trains that you can do on this are so fun. You can't get away with that in a game like Minecraft because they get out of line of sight and then they stop moving. Looking for V8? be... Are we on version... We're on version 9 now, aren't we? Or are we on version 7? You're right. I think we're on 7. Oh, here we go. Yeah, the next update is going to have some nice stuff. I think we're on update 8. Let's see. This guy, the building was in the way of this guy, so we got to move that belt. But he's flying through the building and through the factory, so he doesn't hit anything. It's the whole thing's built around him. Yeah. You can destroy gas pillars. Yeah, it's gonna be really awesome. It's gonna be incredible. A lot of good improvements for the blueprints. You know, we're gonna be able to mass delete a blueprint we've placed down and is out of range. You know, like if you moved it over by 1 pixel and like, oh man, now I gotta take everything apart. You're gonna be able to do just one delete, and it'll remember that the whole thing was grouped together. 3 moths in the game area. There's at least 2. There might be 3. Yeah, we have one that just barely misses one of our buildings up north. Our quick wire. While I was building, when I was building an extension on the quick wire building, the factory way back when, I was standing on top of the roof like this, and I was tabbed out on the air screen doing updating my spreadsheet, and didn't know that the moth flew through right there, and he came up from underneath the building and picked me up off the building and flew away with me. I looked over at the screen and I'm nowhere near my factory anymore, riding on the back of him. That really shocked me. I think I adjusted where the building was at that point so that he wouldn't do that. Yeah, this is our building, our battery building. We're going to be too close. Yeah, see, we ran out of aluminum. We're definitely we're definitely producing enough aluminum sheeting, but it's too much of us is going back home. So I'm going to have to probably disable the pickup of the train that sends it home. How much did you bring back? Oh, nothing. Oh, that's not good. That means the other train had just picked up. Okay. Well, the whole thing works. I'm gonna have to adjust the pickup. Let's see here. Aluminum Express. Edit timetable. Illuminati. I wish I could put a limit on how much it picks up. It's just I'm gonna get out for now. The only thing I need the sheeting at home for is Mark V belts, and we've got a full load there. But I'm going to need, in order for this facility to work, I'm going to have the aluminum reliably come here. So that adjustment's going to be. No other machines are using the aluminum sheeting, just casings, so that's fine. And I'm going to go ahead and move this. so that the moth doesn't clip it. Oh, we'll put it right behind the entrance. One shy of a line. Sounds like he's coming. Yes, he clips that. That's the only thing he clips. It depends on what the angle of his wings. Sometimes he'll clip something because the animation isn't the same. So like there, he cleared the doorway spotlessly. But if he's on the upswing, he can like clip that corner just a tiny bit. A perfect turn. Great at Mark III. You anymore? Or you? We're gonna. We don't want the train clipping it, so let's do it like this. There we go. Easy lemon squeezy. That'll get it out of the way of the moth. Figure out where I actually want these. Let's see. 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. That's number 9. Maybe we just box them in right here. The HUD so I can see better where I'm lining up. Need to hide my hand. Okay, yeah, it's along that line. That's good. Two in. I think I'm gonna end up moving that wall out, but for now, yeah, for now I'm gonna just put it 1 in. 'Cause I think I'm gonna move that wall out. And do a splitter that will go to both ports and load them up with batteries. There he goes again. It's going to take a couple trips for him to get enough aluminum because we need the factory to get caught up because air train was taking them away still. Check my spreadsheet. We need 210 aluminum sheet per minute. Yeah, we're making 270. So it's going to take a little while for it to get caught up because it only has 60 surplus, and it was drained, so that's fine. And we don't have the inventory space for all of that. So not. All right. We're going to splitter. Splitter. Oh, we need stuff first. You know what? Let's do it this way. Give us one of these. Thank you. Too lazy to move stuff between containers. That's what the automation's for. We are going to produce spreadsheet. Where's the tab? Yes. 120 batteries per minute. So not gonna need more than a Mark II in this case. I think it's split anyway. In fact, I would go as far as to argue that I only want a Mark I going into the. This is going to be the side that that powers the drone. So when it, if it gets drained from a pickup, I don't want it to stress the load being, the cargo load being refilled. I'm not going to bother with smart splitting or overflow control because this should fill up and not impact what will eventually be going to the train station. Mark III. Because if 120 is the max production rate, we need to be above that for the belt in case it gets backed up. We're gonna want a hole in the ground. Right here. We need to figure out where we're at. Where do we want to bring? right there. Whoop. Let's just pop that down just to get a reference point. I'll expect it to actually be the right. Ooh, really close though. Okay, maybe that didn't work. I think we came up underneath something. Oh yeah, we definitely came up under something. All right, that's fine. That was the whole point, right? As a reference. Where can we squeeze? Okay, that's what we're gonna do right there. That's all we needed. Just inside. There. Feel right. You know this is right, so. If we send the building in the right direction, we know it's right. Oh, nailed it. Good. Oh, that doesn't. Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. All right. So we'll need to maneuver around that belt. That's not a problem. First. I start angle. Oh, care about you acting. Yeah, that's the right. You, however, need raise it up off the ground. 2 clicks or 1? 2. Perfect. I don't think I need that. And now that it's been centered properly. Yeah. I'm not going to start sending these yet. to the station. That's set for now. And for testing purposes, I'm just going to over them. Belt's moving so fast, it looks like they're going the wrong direction. It's an illusion. Alright, these aren't powered, so they're not taking anything in. That's fine. The power later when I'm ready for them to be active. Okay, everything. I think that's everything, and it's just going to be a matter of spending some time and making sure the aluminum casing problem has solved itself. I'm also going to need to set a overflow at this location for the aluminum casings or sheetings, because eventually all 270 that's being produced will come here, and we'll only be using the 210, which means eventually this will fill up as much as it can hold. The storage on the station will be full. Eventually the train will be full, which means the station back at the Illuminati will become full, and that station is sharing the output of the casings and the sheeting in the same freight station. It means eventually casings won't be able to be delivered. So I think the solution will be there will be a smart splitter coming out of this somewhere in the chain before the sheeting arrives at the machines. There will need to be a smart splitter on overflow. Why are you not turning the right way? And once everything backs up, the overflow will, would you stop? Thank you. We'll have to go back to another train depot. And we'll have to have a train come here, pick up that overflow, and take that to the warehouse. And the warehouse has overflow management, so that will never back up. So that's going to have to be done. But it's going to take a while. I mean, it's a long while. At 60 per minute, all this has to overfill. Just looking. It's got a long way to recover. Okay, that's fine. That's what this is all about. Is checking supply lines, making sure numbers work out, and if there's a bottleneck somewhere, figuring out where that is and unbottlenecking it. So, uh, yeah, I think we're good. That's actually, I think we're going to call it for the stream. This was our objective was to build this building, and we did in over 7 hours. You know, I said at the beginning that this is this was not going to be a complex building, but it was going to take time, largely because of that annoying little guy right there, and we had to wait for him to pass through multiple times, and we had to build this whole thing around him, and it resulted in weird shapes and uh, just a different design than we normally would do. I still want to get through here, and I want to paint and texture and do other stuff, but not right now. 7 hours at this is enough, and we got it working. So I think it's break time. Plus, I need to go back on some of the footage for the next episode. Microphone cut out at some point, so I don't know where the audio cut out. I mean, I might have a bunch of video with no audio, which means there's going to be a lot of recuts and re-recordings. So there's a lot ahead of me before finishing this, and I think that there's a fair chance I'm going to move this wall out. I'm okay with the wall the way it is, but I would like to have the slant on the wall match the slant on this side. And I can't really do that with a dead ending on this. Well, maybe I could. We'll see. Let me think about it. Yeah, that's gonna be something to tweak with later. But we're gonna call it. We're gonna call the stream. It was a good stream, very productive. It's good to get back to Satisfactory. I've missed this game. It is such a phenomenal game, and this project has been on my back for months because of my time away, and I've honestly have stressed about it. Not because the building was going to be difficult or not, just because I knew I need to get back into it and get it going again. And I was worried that the building wouldn't come out the way I wanted it to, because I knew we were going to have to adjust around that flying creature. And the first time that we started having walls up and he flew through here, it all felt good. It felt like it had integrated around him, which was what I wanted it to do. It does feel a little bland in here. You know, normally we pack things in a little more tightly, but it's larger to accommodate him, and that's okay. And you know, we might find something to do with some of this space. Like I could use battery storage here, because you know, like right now we have this temporary thing up here, but I like to have storage. So like that could be brought down in here, and that could eat up some dead space. Also, the system that we need to set up for overflow for the aluminum sheeting, that could be done in any of these places. That can give some space as well, so that they won't look like there's such emptiness. That's not a problem. So I'll tackle that when I get back to, like I said, I'm going to take a break and maybe, you know, revisit tomorrow, but I need to track down and do some timings on this aluminum sheeting and make sure that it's not lagging. You know, there isn't a production bottleneck over at the Illuminati that's causing us, you know, not to produce the amount we've needed. Because we've never had to fully stress test this production line, and the Illuminati has, what I said, 4 or 5 trains going through it. By the math, it all should be working. But, you know, if trains are getting stuck behind each other, there might be a product that's not getting fully delivered in time for the whole machine to run at full pace. In which case, we'd have to address, you know, uh, timings on trains and come up with other solutions. So that's just something that's going to take time, and I'll be doing that off camera. But I'm not going to head back home. You know, normally we go back home to end a run, but what I need to do is here. So I'm just going to stay here. Watch our guy fly in one more time. This is really cool. It's cool that we've finally integrated something to involve this, you know, one of these guys. So that's nice. It wasn't planned when I picked this location, but I'm glad I was able to do it. All right, so thank you very much for coming out. Glad to see people. Be sure to catch this actual episode. Will probably be out next, I don't know, Saturday maybe? You know, we've been streaming on Sundays, but traditionally when we were doing episodes, we would stream on Saturday and produce and publish episodes on Sundays. That way, the latest publication from YouTube would be the episodic thing. So we might back it up to streaming on Saturdays again and start producing these on Sundays again. We'll see. Either way, next weekend, keep an eye out for this episode, and we'll stream something next weekend. I don't know if we'll be streaming during the week, but we'll definitely stream on the weekend. I'm not really sure. I got some ideas on what we might stream, but I'll post something when I know. So thank you very much for coming out. Be sure to leave a like. If you haven't subscribed, be sure to subscribe. If you're watching this replay and you've made it 7.5 hours through, then hey, thanks a lot for hanging out. Yeah, have a great night and have a great week.